Chapter 1284. The Night Sword Emperor had the lawless freedom sword art. The Martial Emperor had the Martial Emperor's 3 styles. The Evil Sword Emperor had the Evil Sword of Destiny. And the Celestial Demon Emperor had 2 absolute arts. One was the Celestial Demon Tyrannical Body, and the other was the Heaven and Earth Palm. That's right, the Celestial Demon Emperor was the same as the Golden Battle Emperor and the 4-winged Dragon Emperor. They were body-refining emperors. The Celestial Demon Tyrannical Body was a body-refining technique that was only slightly inferior to the 9 transformations Golden Body. The Heaven and Earth Palm contained the profound meaning of yin and yang, and the profound meaning of strength. When one's strength reached a certain realm, one would have the ability to defeat everything with brute force. No matter how exquisite one's technique was, one would be able to break it with one palm. Previously, when Yi Chun was battling with the Golden Battle Emperor, he had already experienced the difficulty of body-refining emperors. If he wasn't serious, he wouldn't be able to break his opponent's defense. However, a simple punch from his opponent was able to break his sword art cleanly. In the end, Yi Chun unleashed his heart force and pierced through the body of the Golden Battle Emperor. Moreover, body-refining emperors didn't only understand brute force. Their martial arts also contained profound meaning and essence. Yi Chun, you are qualified to fight with me, but only qualified. Celestial Demon Field, Celestial Demon Tyrannical Body. Although he said so, the Celestial Demon Emperor didn't dare to underestimate Yi Chun. The Celestial Demon Field burst forth, and the void was suffused with a metallic luster. Immediately after, the Celestial Demon Emperor's body also suffused with a metallic luster. The space-time he was in gave people a very thick and indestructible feeling, as if it was a world of metal. Kill! From afar, the Celestial Demon Emperor threw a punch at Yi Chun. The ferocious fist force distorted the space-time along the way. At the same time, when the Celestial Demon Emperor spread out his Celestial Demon domain, Yi Chun had already used his Green Lotus sword domain. Numerous green lotuses floated around him, and beneath his feet there was an even larger green lotus, which seemed to be nurturing his body and nurturing a peerless sharpness. Chi 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 chi. The death sword net spread out as Yi Chun used Death Cleave. One was a fist force, while the other was a sword net. In terms of power concentration, the fist force was naturally superior. However, the sword net had the advantage in terms of densely packed attacks, covering a wide area. The fist force pierced through the sword net and landed on the green lotus that Yi Chun had used to protect himself. The green lotus trembled and instantly turned into dust, while the remnants of the sword net broke through the Sky Demon domain and slashed on the Sky Demon Emperor's body, creating sparks and clanging sounds. The first time they fought, they were evenly matched. Seeing that, the two withdrew their respective domains and sword domains. Their bodies flashed, and they clashed together. In terms of close combat, Yi Chun would not be afraid of anyone. Even if he could not, he would still have the 5 elements sword arts to protect himself. On the other hand, the Celestial Demon Emperor was a body-refining emperor, so he was naturally more proficient in close combat. A body-refining emperor and a sword emperor fought crazily, causing the sky to darken. The domineering fist force, palm wind, and sword chi filled the entire arena. The two's figures could be seen everywhere. Heaven and earth in the palm. Suddenly, the Celestial Demon Emperor shouted and pressed down with his palm. This palm was indeed one of the moves of the Heaven and Earth Palm, which could freeze time and space and crush everything. Yi Chun did not dare to be careless. He performed the 5 elements sword arts, turning into a 5-colored light ball to protect himself. Rumble! The huge palm print landed on the 5-colored light ball and was bounced off. So powerful! Yi Chun felt the pressure for the first time. Seeing that he could not break through Yi Chen's five-element sword arts, the celestial demon emperor's body was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding from 2 meters to 100 meters. He then slapped at Yi Chen again. Crack! The powerful force finally caused the five-element sword arts to pause for a moment. You take a sword of mine as well. Yi Chen was already prepared. The five-colored light ball shrank, and he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, a five-colored sword chi slashed at the celestial demon emperor, moving as fast as a ray of light. Block it! The celestial demon emperor crossed his arms, shining with a metallic luster. Clang! A loud sound that could shatter a normal planet exploded. The celestial demon emperor was sent flying, crashing into the protective wall of the arena. He bounced back with a bang, rolling on the ground for a long time before the impact of the five elements slash was neutralized. In terms of pure lethality, the five elements slash was the best among all of Yi Chen's sword arts. Good, very good. The celestial demon emperor looked at his bloodied arms and laughed out of anger. It had been a long time since he had been injured. Ever since the battle with the evil sword emperor, he had never been injured. Heaven and earth, three tremors. Charging out with large steps, the celestial demon emperor slashed out with his palm. Crack! Crack! Time and space twisted to the extreme, and cracks appeared. Without a choice, Yi Chen performed the five-element sword arts again and pushed its power to the limit. The five-colored light ball shone brightly. Bang! 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 The five-element sword arts that the Yi Jianhuang couldn't break were finally broken. Yi Chen's feet went numb, and he was sent flying while spurting out a mouthful of blood. The celestial demon emperor's palm contained the 3 stacks power. Normal 3 stacks power wasn't scary, but it was the 3 stacks power that was performed with a supreme martial art. Of course, the celestial demon emperor's right arm had exploded, and blood was splattering everywhere. It seemed like his injury was more severe than Yi Chen's. Only Yi Chen knew that the celestial demon emperor's injury was only on the surface, while his injury was on the inside. The 3 stacks power was destroying his body, and his imperishable power was being consumed rapidly. So powerful! But it's only interesting this way. Stumbling on the ground, Yi Chen licked his lips, and a terrifying battle intent burst out from his eyes. A battle without injuries wouldn't be a true battle to one's heart's content. Only with injuries would one be able to stimulate the most primal battle intent and fighting spirit, surpassing one's limits. Die! The celestial demon emperor couldn't be bothered to waste time recovering his right arm. He took a step forward, and space and time shrank. He instantly appeared above Yi Chen and slammed down with the heaven and earth palm. Without the 5-element sword arts, the celestial demon emperor's frail body was no stronger than tofu. He was confident that he could crush the celestial demon emperor with a single palm. Scram! Yi Chen let out a shout and raised the Sky Dream sword high up. An unstoppable sword chi soared into the sky, slicing the celestial demon emperor's palm into pieces. The aftershock sent the celestial demon emperor flying. Heart Sword Realm, Power Profound, and Supreme Sword Arts were perfectly fused together. Swish! Lightly tapping on the ground, Yi Chen's speed instantly reached light speed, and the boundless nature enveloped the celestial demon emperor's body. Ding ding dang dang. Even though the boundless nature art was extremely exquisite, its lethality couldn't compare to the 5 elements slash. The dreamy sword chi slashed on the celestial demon emperor's body, but it could only create some sparks. It couldn't even cut through the celestial demon emperor's flesh. My celestial demon tyrannical body has already reached the peak of the 7th level. It's impervious to weapons, and even heavenly tribulations can injure it. You want to break through it? Dream on. The celestial demon emperor completely ignored Yi Chen's attack and looked at him with disdain. Among the supremes, the Golden Buddha, supreme of the human race, relied on the golden body ninth transformation to look down on the world. Only a sage weapon could kill him. The celestial demon emperor was equivalent to the Golden Buddha, supreme of the quasi-supremes, and he also looked down on the world. As long as he didn't exhaust all his demonic energy, even if 10 peak quasi-supremes attacked him for 10 days or half a month, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him. Chapter 1285. Sword Burial. Dozens of petals danced in the air. Seeing that the omniscient nature didn't work, Yi Chen decisively executed the sword burial art. The sharpness of the sword burial art was several times sharper than the omniscient nature. After all, if it wasn't sharp enough, how could it ruin the time and life of others? It's useless. The celestial demon emperor was very confident, but his expression soon froze. Not only did the sword burial art freeze his body, but it also froze his celestial demon tyrannical body, causing a flaw to appear in his celestial demon tyrannical body. The sound of a red-hot sword stabbing into the soil resounded. Yi Chen's Sky Dream Sword had pierced through the celestial demon emperor's heart. Once the celestial demon tyrannical body had a flaw, the celestial demon emperor would be no different from other peak quasi-venerables. Impossible. The celestial demon emperor looked down at his bleeding chest in disbelief. There's no absolute defense in this world. At least before me, your celestial demon tyrannical body is just SOSO. In terms of the realm of the heart, Yi Chen was much higher than the celestial demon emperor. Only the evil sword emperor could be compared to Yi Chen. Therefore, Yi Chen could ruin the other party's time and cause a flaw in the celestial demon emperor's celestial demon tyrannical body. Of course, only Yi Chen could rely on this to heavily injure the celestial demon emperor. The others didn't have the sword burial art, and the white-boned sword emperor's realm was too low. Do you think you can defeat me like this? The battle has only just begun. The celestial demon emperor's body bent backward like a bow. A terrifying power burst out with him as the center. The pitch-black shockwave directly sent Yi Chen flying. Countless black runes appeared on the surface of the celestial demon emperor's body. The runes' radiance circulated and rapidly linked together. Surges of surging energy fluctuated within the celestial demon emperor's body. His strength suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It was as if these runes had brought the celestial demon emperor's vitality to a whole new realm. Secret technique. Yi Chen frowned. At their level, ordinary secret techniques were useless. Only those supreme secret techniques could increase their strength. Clearly, the celestial demon emperor had cultivated a supreme secret technique. In the audience seating, the evil sword emperor's expression was indifferent. He wasn't surprised by the celestial demon emperor's transformation. He had sparred with the celestial demon emperor many times. Although he didn't know the celestial demon emperor inside out, he was very clear about some of his trump cards. The Maluo Heavenly Battle Rune was a supreme secret technique of the demons. It was divided into 3 layers. Cultivating the first layer would increase one's strength by 5 times. The second layer would increase one's strength by 10 times. Kill. The celestial demon emperor, whose strength had increased by over 10 times, was like a shooting star as he smashed his fist over, causing space to ripple like tidewater as it pressed forward, and its might was countless times stronger than before. Dang! Faced with the celestial fiend emperor's inhuman punch, Yi Chen faced the spatial tide and slashed out a sword chi. However, the sword chi collapsed before it could come into contact with his opponent's fist force. Finally, Yi Chen managed to block the punch with his 5 elemental sword art. heaven and earth in the palm. The momentum of the celestial demon emperor's fist suddenly dispersed and turned into a palm momentum. It was the heaven and earth in the palm of the universe palm. Previously, the celestial demon emperor couldn't break through the five elemental sword art. But now, he was very confident. You have a supreme secret technique. Don't I have one? Yi Chen didn't panic at all. Suddenly, a five-colored fruit appeared above his head. It grew bigger and bigger, and the five elements essence qi in the space-time merged into it. Finally, it blessed Yi Chen. The human body had yin and yang, and the five elements essence qi. When the five elements essence qi entered his body, Yi Chen felt that his realm seemed to have taken a step forward. However, the surge of essence, qi, and spirit made him feel like he couldn't control it. Supreme secret technique, five elements Tao fruit. The upper echelons of the human clan began to spare no effort in cultivating Yi Chen. After coming out of the supreme holy land, the upper echelons of the human clan gave Yi Chen 2 life and death fruits and several top-notch emperor-level weapons. They also gave him a very precious supreme secret technique, 5 elements Tao fruit. It should be known that supreme secret techniques were countless times more precious and rare than supreme martial arts. Only legendary supremes could create it. Originally, the upper echelons of the human clan didn't expect Yi Chen to succeed in cultivating it in such a short time. They just hoped that Yi Chen could broaden his horizons and have a little understanding of the supreme secret technique. However, the upper echelons of the human clan didn't know that Yi Chen had obtained the inheritance of the supreme 3 realms in the supreme holy land. The Supreme 3 Realms was a top-notch expert among the legendary Supremes, and he had created several supreme secret techniques. These supreme secret techniques were even more tyrannical than the 5 elements Tao fruit. Yi Chen had only learned a little bit of it. Therefore, it was much easier for him to cultivate the 5 elements Tao fruit, which allowed Yi Chen to cultivate it to the minor completion realm in one go. 5-colored radiance circulated on the surface of Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen held the Sky Dream Sword and slashed out fiercely. The Death Sword net was countless times more violent than the most violent storm. It instantly tore the celestial demon emperor's palm print apart. Clang, clang, clang. Black symbols flickered on the celestial demon emperor's body. It seemed like he was enduring a huge pressure. 3 shocks of heaven and earth. The celestial demon emperor roared furiously and slashed out with the 3 shocks of heaven and earth palm. Each wave was more tyrannical than the previous one, and each wave was crazier than the previous one. The space-time trembled and collapsed. Break for me. Becoming one with the sword, Yi Chen used the 5 elements slash that he had never used before. Even his body was integrated into it just to increase the power of this sword. 5-colored radiance flashed as the space-time tide was separated, clashing with the palm energy. Puff! The first to cough up blood was Yi Chen. The 3 shocks of heaven and earth palm was too tyrannical. In front of the vibrating power, all defenses seemed so fragile. Fortunately, the 5 elements slash was not to be trifled with. With the circulation of the 5 elements, it was enough to dissolve most of the vibrations. After breaking through the palm energy, Yi Chen used his sword energy and continued to attack the celestial demon emperor. Get lost! The celestial demon emperor waved his palm, blocking the attacks again and again. At this point, the 2 of them had long since gone crazy. The evil sword emperor's expression was no longer indifferent. Instead, it became more and more solemn and gloomy. He had never thought that Yi Chen's battle prowess would be so powerful that he could force the celestial demon emperor to such a level. In terms of changes in attack, How could the celestial demon emperor compare to Yi Chun? Finding an opening, Yi Chun turned into a sword light and brushed past the celestial demon emperor's neck. Puff! A huge head flew up. However, the next moment, it was caught by the celestial demon emperor and reattached to his neck, continuing to fight. Let's see how long you can last. In fact, Yi Chen's pure battle prowess was about the same as the celestial demon emperor. However, Yi Chen's battle techniques were too superb, and the celestial demon emperor was much weaker than Yi Chen. This slight difference caused the celestial demon emperor to fall into a passive situation, and the speed at which his energy was consumed was more than 2 times that of Yi Chen. Damn it! How could the celestial demon emperor not know that the situation was very disadvantageous for him? He wanted to break through and surpass himself. Only by surpassing himself could he kill Yi Chen. Everything is over. Yi Chen, who was one with the sword, changed his sword stance. The 5 elements turned into the sword burial art. The sword stance froze the celestial demon emperor's body, and then the sword pierced through the celestial demon emperor's body. However, it was not over yet. Yi Chen shuttled back and forth, piercing countless holes on the celestial demon emperor's body. When Yi Chen left the celestial demon emperor's body, the latter was already riddled with holes, and countless sword lights were spurting out. I can't accept this. The celestial demon emperor roared at the sky and turned into ashes. Chapter 1286. With the death of the heavenly demonic emperor, Yi Chen's taut nerves relaxed, and an indescribable exhaustion enveloped his body and soul. The heavenly demonic emperor was too powerful, and the inextinguishable energy in his body was running low. Once it was used up, a single palm from the heavenly demonic emperor would be equivalent to 10 slashes from him. Other than that, it was fortunate that the heavenly demonic emperor's heart force realm wasn't high. If it was a little higher than Yi Chen's, or if it was on par with Yi Chen wouldn't be able to freeze the heavenly demonic emperor's body with the sword burial art. Without this, he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly demonic emperor, not to mention killing him. Gurgle, 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 the azure spring water boiled, and a dozen drops of water flew out, merging with Yi Chen's body. In an instant, Yi Chen's body and soul returned to their peak state, and his inextinguishable energy was also replenished. He was ready for another battle. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked at the evil sword emperor in the spectator stand. Their gazes collided from afar, creating invisible sparks. Enveloped by a red pillar of light, the evil sword emperor appeared on the stage. I really didn't expect that the final battle with me would be you. The evil sword emperor took out the cross-shaped sword on his back with a gentle expression. The tip of the sword was lowered to the ground, and his eyes were calm, without a trace of evil aura around him. Who can grasp the future? Isn't this fate? Holding the Sky Dream Sword, Yi Chen's sword aura was brewing. That's right, the future can't be grasped, but it can be guided. Let my evil sword of destiny guide you. With a wave of the cross-shaped sword, the violent sword chi turned into a boundless river of sword chi, rushing toward Yi Chen. Before this surging sword chi, a human's strength seemed so insignificant, like an ordinary person facing the tide of time. The evil sword emperor didn't make a move, but when he did, he used a sword art that contained destiny. If destiny can be guided, then this isn't the true destiny. The true destiny is high above, unless you can cultivate to the demigod realm. Facing the evil sword emperor's killing move, Yi Chen did not retreat or evade. If he took a step back, his sword force would weaken by a bit. In this situation, the evil sword of destiny might really be able to guide his fate. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. He raised the heavenly dream sword high up in the air, then chopped down with all his might. It was the 5 elements cut. Rumble! The five-colored sword radiance slashed through the waves, splitting apart wave after wave of sword chi river, causing space to shake endlessly. Fate is guided by me. Your fate is destined to be a grave. Rest in peace. The Tomb of Fate. The evil sword emperor suddenly soared into the sky, his cross-shaped greatsword blocking one of the suns above the Shuraba, shining down a cross-shaped shadow that blotted out the sky. The next moment, the cross-shaped shadow wriggled and turned into graves with crosses stuck in them. The largest grave was slowly rising, and Yi Chun, who was above the grave, felt his feet become heavy as an invisible force dragged him down. Behind him, there was an illusory shadow of a cross. What a powerful sword Dao. He actually fused the sword Dao and the Dao of Fate together. Yi Chun was shocked. Everyone's sword Dao was different. It was very obvious that the evil sword emperor's sword Dao was the sword Dao of Fate. He used fate to pave the way, and the sword Dao to guide. Seeing that Yi Chun was about to be buried, a disrespectful sword Qi shot up into the sky. In front of this sword Qi, everything was fake. Everything was just an illusion. This sword Qi was powerful enough to tear apart all the darkness and everything that stood in its way. My sword Dao is open and above board, free and unfettered. It is the purest sword Dao. How are you going to bury me? Pong! The illusory shadow of the cross behind him collapsed, and the invisible force beneath his feet was severed. Yi Chun, who was one with the sword, also soared into the sky. Death cleave. Rising to the same height as the evil sword emperor, Yi Chun exited the state of one with the sword. He swept out with his sword, and a boundless sword net enveloped the evil sword emperor, sealing him from all directions. The evil sword emperor's expression did not change. He held the huge cross-shaped sword in front of him. Wang, a huge cross-shaped sword light, protected him, making him look like the ruler of fate. Ding, ding dang dang. The sword net cut on the cross-shaped sword light, emitting a crisp sound of metal colliding. They were all bounced off, unable to harm the evil sword emperor in the slightest. Everything in the world has a flaw. Break. His figure flashed, and Yi Chun instantly appeared before the evil sword emperor. The sky dream sword shook, and countless sword lights burst out. No more, no less, exactly 1,000,000. Clearly, he had reached the limit of the number of changes. 5 elements, sword art, universal manifestation. Puchi, the cross-shaped sword light, bounced off 999,999 sword lights, but the last sword light broke through the protection of the cross-shaped sword light, piercing toward the evil sword emperor's forehead. Sword of Fate. The evil sword emperor closed his eyes, and an illusory cross-shaped sword shadow shot out from his forehead. Not only did the cross-shaped sword shadow contain a soul attack, but it also contained the evil sword emperor's sword of fate. Clang! Yi Chen's sky dream sword was blocked. In addition, a sword chi-like soul power flowed through the sky dream sword, trying to enter Yi Chen's body. The evil sword emperor's expression changed. His soul attack had actually been blocked by a protective sword will. Immortal sword will. The evil sword emperor looked at Yi Chun. Not bad. Yi Chun pointed out with his left hand, and sword chi erupted, containing the destruction sword will. The evil sword emperor also pointed out with his left hand, passing over his right arm and colliding with Yi Chen's sword finger. Boom! A shockwave spread out, and the two were simultaneously sent flying. Praise of fate. 5 elements Dao fruit. It was just a test before, and after that, the two brought out their greatest abilities. The evil sword emperor, who used the supreme secret art praise of fate, was covered in white light, and a faint hymn of fate was being sung. His aura rose infinitely, and his eyes were cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a god. Different from the evil sword emperor, Yi Chen's body was covered in 5-colored light, and his eyes contained a soaring sword will. His sharp gaze pierced through everything, tearing apart the sky. Kill. The two clashed. Sword burial art. Yi Chen's sword froze time and space, and dozens of petals fell. Your sword burial art is useless against me. The evil Sword Emperor was not restrained in the slightest, and blocked Yi Chen's attack with his sword. The two's heart sword realm was similar. Although the sword burial art contained the power of time and space, and could freeze time and space, the evil Sword Emperor's sword art also contained the power of the Sword Tao of Fate, which could resolve unfavorable situations. Take my evil Sword of Fate. Endless evil power erupted, and the evil Sword Emperor's sword began to become strange. It was clearly a straight-line attack, but as soon as Yi Chen counterattacked, the attack's path would become twisted, accompanied by one sword force vortex after another, binding Yi Chen's sword art. It was as if Yi Chen was offering himself to be slaughtered. Startled, Yi Chen hurriedly used the 5 elements sword art peak decline. Sword Tao of Fate, how can you block it? The evil Sword Emperor sneered, and his sword momentum continued to increase. Sword chi began to seep into the 5 elements sword art, destroying its stability. The evil Sword of Fate is so strange. Unfortunately, it has lost the superiority of fate. Heart force erupted, and Yi Chen's 5 elements sword art became perfect chaotic element again. Vast sword light spread out, covering the evil Sword Emperor. Unknowingly, the evil Sword Emperor's movement slowed down, and so did his sword speed. Chi. With a flash of sword light, Yi Chen sliced open the evil Sword Emperor's body. After so many battles, Yi Chen's 5 elements sword art was constantly improving. Although he might not be able to defend against the Heavenly Devil Emperor's 3 universe shock, it was mainly because the explosive power of the 3 universe shock was too strong, and it could break the 5 elements sword art in an instant. However, it could defend against the evil Sword of Fate's attack. After injuring the evil Sword Emperor, Yi Chen was about to finish him off in a spurt of energy. Suddenly, he felt an intense danger, and he couldn't help but teleport dozens of li away. In the next moment, a majestic sword force vortex appeared at his previous location, and the space-time there shattered. Not bad. It wasn't distortion, and it wasn't the collapse of the space-time laws, but direct destruction. Yi Chen, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Although I'm not a supreme yet, I'm moving towards it. I can feel that my understanding of the Fate Sword Tao is getting deeper and deeper, and my life level is also increasing. The evil Sword Emperor turned around and smiled at Yi Chen. His body was growing taller bit by bit. It didn't seem obvious, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it was undoubtedly happening. Apart from being powerful, a Supreme's life level was also different from an 8th level life and death realm expert. Therefore, they were much taller than ordinary people. For example, the Golden Buddha Supreme was 6 meters tall, which was the normal height of the Golden Buddha Supreme. As for ordinary Supreme beings, they were at least 9 meters tall. Once the evil Sword Emperor reached 9 meters, he would become a true Supreme being, and he would be able to kill Yi Chen with a single breath. Of course, looking at the trend of the evil Sword Emperor's body, it would take at least a year and a half for him to reach 9 meters. This was because the fundamental evolution of life level was not that fast. Even so, the threat that the evil Sword Emperor brought to Yi Chen was more than 10 times greater than before, and he was growing stronger by the second. Chapter 1287. Whoosh! The evil Sword Emperor raised his cross-shaped sword high. He didn't use any sword technique, just a simple slash. However, this slash had the power to sever space-time. Poochie! A space-time crack spread out. Time seemed to stop, and the entire arena appeared to be in a state of stillness. Only that space-time crack was spreading at the speed of light. The heart sword realm erupted, and Yi Chen's reaction was unprecedentedly powerful. However, he still couldn't catch the trajectory of the space-time crack. Fortunately, Yi Chun had already opened the Netherworld's sacred eye. With the help of the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Chun finally saw a sword chi shuttling through the depths of space-time. This sword chi was 100 times more violent than the 5 elements slash. Once hit, Yi Chun wouldn't be able to recover even if he had 10 lives. Swish! Relying on his comprehension of space-time profound, Yi Chen's figure slid, dodging the attack of the sword chi. However, he was still a bit too slow, and his left arm was chopped off. Amazing! If I didn't make a breakthrough like him, I would have died without a doubt. It had always been Yi Chun who made breakthroughs in battle. This time, he had finally encountered a peerless genius who could also make a breakthrough in battle. While Yi Chun was extremely fearful, he also felt an absurd trace of joy. This joy came at the wrong time, and even Yi Chun found it strange. Oh, amazing! Your comprehension of time profound should have reached 30%, right? The evil Sword Emperor wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Chun. Perhaps he felt that Yi Chun was already doomed, and killing him too quickly would be meaningless. Not bad. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it's not worth mentioning. Yi Chun said calmly. His left arm quickly grew back under the effect of the immortal power. Hee, you do know your limits. The evil sword sovereign was somewhat surprised that Yi Chun could remain so calm. He was right. Absolute power could even sever space and time. What could it not do? Of course, if Yi Chun was at the same realm as the evil Sword Emperor, it would be a different story. Using absolute power to sever space-time would require twice the effort for half the result. Moreover, it would only be able to sever space-time in a small area. Once one comprehended the profound space-time profound, they would be able to control space-time over a large area. If others wanted to sever space-time in front of them, they would have to spend 10 or even 100 times the effort. Cut the crap. Today, you will die without a doubt. Take my fate cross slash. The evil sword sovereign's aura grew stronger and stronger. Although it would take a year and a half for his vitality to increase, his evil energy and comprehension of martial arts were growing rapidly. The evil sword sovereign slashed out with his cross-shaped greatsword in front of his chest, his sword technique containing the trajectory of fate. An illusory chant rang out, and the cross-shaped sword radiance covered the sky and earth. Time and space were not torn apart, but were completely assimilated by the cross-shaped sword radiance, releasing a white glow. Yi Chun wanted to dodge, but he discovered that space-time was actually locked by an invisible force. The current him was like a bird in a cage. Yi Chun's pupils shrank again and again, turning into a small golden dot. Golden lightning flashed in his pupils, but even so, he couldn't see the specific trajectory of the cross-shaped sword radiance. He could only see layers of space-time, like an illusion being pierced by the cross-shaped sword radiance. The Netherworld sacred eye could only see the traces left behind by the cross-shaped sword radiance. Swish! White light blossomed in front of him, and the huge cross-shaped sword radiance carried an undefinable aura as it suddenly attacked. Yi Chen's thoughts froze in an instant. At this moment, he forgot his own existence. At this moment, he forgot everything. Muddle-headed, he didn't know where he was. Finally, a dot of light appeared. It was a strange light that pierced through the universe, pierced through the primal chaos, and arrived on a small, beautiful planet. An illusory soul floated up, fusing with the strange light. As memories flowed, Yi Chun recalled everything. So my name is Yi Chun. My arrival in this world is the arrangement of fate. Since I'm here, I've never thought of living an ordinary life. And this isn't my final destination. My final destination, in the endless future, I can't die. I can't die. I can't die. The stubborn will awaken the hidden potential in Yi Chen's body. This potential erupted at a speed that surpassed human comprehension. His qi and blood were blooming with light. His bone marrow was blooming with light, and his soul was blooming with light. Endless light gushed out, intertwined, and finally fused perfectly. As the evil sword sovereign waved his sword, a faint smile appeared on his face. The one who had the last laugh was ultimately him. In his line of sight, Yi Chun had long been submerged by the cross-shaped sword radiance. It's not over yet. Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of space-time. Then, the cross-shaped sword radiance collapsed, and an incomparably sharp and peerless sword chi cut through the locked space-time, slashing towards the evil sword sovereign. Clang! Sparks shone in all directions. The evil sword sovereign was sent flying with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes stared blankly at the space-time vortex in front of him. From the space-time vortex, Yi Chen walked out step by step. His body was spotless, and his long black hair fluttered with the space-time turbulence, taking root in the void. Now, I know why I felt a trace of joy in my heart when you broke through. Because if you break through, it means that I will break through as well. Yi Chen looked at the evil sword sovereign with a smile. The evil sword sovereign took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I have to admit that you're the most terrifying opponent I've ever met in my life. Even the celestial demonic emperor is far from being as terrifying as you are. Unfortunately, you broke through after me. In a short period of time, my martial arts realm has improved by leaps and bounds. Do you think you're a match for me?" Before breaking through, the strength of both parties was about the same. And the difference wasn't that big. It was a competition of who broke through first. After all, the earlier one broke through, the longer the improvement time. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel that I'm also improving very quickly? It seems like a long time has passed just now. Yi Chen spread out his left hand and made a grabbing motion. An illusory space-time cube appeared in his hand and slowly rotated in Yi Chen's palm. This is 50% time profound. No, 60% time profound. The evil sword sovereign had an unprecedented trace of jealousy. At their realm, they basically had to comprehend the space-time profound. Before breaking through, his time profound was only at 10% realm. After breaking through, his time profound reached 30% realm. He originally thought that his progress was fast enough, and when he became an autarch, he would be able to grasp 40% time profound. However, compared to Yi Chen, he paled in comparison. It must be known that the higher one's time profound was, the harder it was to comprehend. Yi Chen's breakthrough from 30% realm to 60% realm was more than 100 times more difficult than his breakthrough from 10% realm to 30% realm. Even if your time profound has reached 60% realm. So what? Our heart sword realm is the same. My fate sword art can even resolve any unfavorable situation. The sword burial art is still useless against me. The evil sword sovereign's sword aura exploded, and a strange fate evil sword attacked towards Yi Chen. This time, the fate evil sword art was hundreds of times stronger than before. I forgot to tell you that my green lotus sword spell has already broken through to the supreme level. My green lotus sword domain has also reached the peak of the 8th level. Activating his sword energy, green lotuses appeared one after another around Yi Chen. Before the evil sword emperor's fate evil sword could even touch Yi Chen, it was blocked outside. Chapter 1288. The difference between the late stage of the 8th level and the peak of the 8th level was huge. The late stage of the 8th level meant that you had already used the 8th level of the sword domain to a mature level, and the peak of the 8th level meant that you had fully developed the power of the 8th level of the sword domain. And the supreme cultivation method was even more amazing. With the supreme cultivation method, the level of energy was no longer the same. A single strand of energy could cause great destruction. In addition, the supreme cultivation method contained the mysteries of the universe, and the method of using energy had reached perfection. With his protective sword yuan and green lotus sword realm, Yi Chun was able to block out the full power attack of the evil sword emperor. It was all because of the usage of his sword yuan. If one observed carefully, one would be able to see that his protective sword yuan was made up of countless tiny triangles which could disperse and absorb external power. Impossible. The evil sword emperor's eyes widened as he attacked Yi Chun again. Yi Chun shook his head and made a grabbing motion with his left hand. Puff! The evil sword emperor's sword chi was like a swallow returning to its nest. Yi Chun accurately grasped its trajectory, and it walked right into the space-time cube. The cube collapsed, and the evil sword emperor's sword chi appeared behind him strangely, bombarding fiercely. Wah! A large amount of blood sprayed out. It was already extremely lucky that the evil sword emperor was still alive after taking on his most powerful attack. Death cut! Yi Chun didn't plan to play with the evil sword emperor any longer, and the death cut was instantly unleashed. The current death cut was more than 1,000 times more powerful than before. With a wave of the sword, the space-time was shattered. The evil sword emperor seemed to be sealed in a huge transparent crystal, and then completely shattered, turning into millions of tiny crystals. Fate makes fools of people. The evil sword emperor's voice faded away with the wind. Is he finally going to become a supreme? After killing the evil sword emperor, Yi Chun sighed. In an era where true gods couldn't appear, supreme was already the peak. As for demigods, they were also supreme, just with a bit of God's power. The lifespan of a supreme was no longer 100,000 years, but more than 100,000 years. As for how long they could live, it varied from person to person, but it wasn't impossible to live over 1,000,000 years. Of course, only legendary supreme could do that. Once one became a supreme, he would be qualified to roam the entire universe and explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe, such as the heavenly river, hell, miracles, and many more. No one knew how many mysteries there were in the universe. Perhaps only true gods knew, but true gods couldn't appear. Demigods were already the limit, and their power would probably be suppressed by the universe. Let me think about it first. Just like the evil sword sovereign, he was only advancing towards the supremacy level. He had yet to become a supremacy, because in order to become a supremacy, he had to do his best to break through the supremacy tribulation. If he couldn't pass it, it would all be for naught. The azure spring water boiled, and a whole 10,000 drops of it flew toward Yi Chun, entering his body. Crackle! His bones, blood, and soul underwent earth-shattering changes. His evolution speed had increased by more than 100 times. At this speed, he would be able to complete his life evolution in a few days. Just as Yi Chun was thinking about how to get out, the arena's environment changed drastically, turning into a boundless mountain range. Each mountain was larger than a planet, and floating within the mountains was not a simple white mist. Instead, it was ribbons of light that looked like galaxies, shining in all sorts of colors. In the sky, there was a sun and a moon. Such a terrifying natural energy. Yi Chun stood on top of one of the most majestic peaks, sensing the yuan qi around him. He could not help but be shocked. The structure of the yuan qi here was very complicated, way more complicated than the yuan qi inside the yuan stones. Training here would be much easier than training with the yuan stones, and he would not have to worry about not having enough yuan stones to make a breakthrough. Let's break through here. Yi Chun didn't think too much. He sat down and started to operate his supreme art, the Green Lotus Sword spell. The current Green Lotus Sword arts were extremely mysterious, as if a galaxy was revolving. Correspondingly, the efficiency was countless times higher. After circulating a dozen laps, Yi Chen felt the supreme realm bottleneck loosen. When it reached the 36th laps, the supreme realm bottleneck loudly shattered, and boundless yuan qi poured into Yi Chen's body from all directions. Outside, what's going on? Is the battle not over yet? I guess they're evenly matched. It won't be that easy to decide the winner. Yeah, let's wait a little longer. There will be a winner eventually. Some of the supreme projections discussed among themselves. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. Yi Chen's height kept changing. From a normal human's height to 3 zhang, he was around 10 meters tall. Even sitting there, he was twice as tall as before. He looked like a god sitting in meditation, and a terrifying pressure was released without restraint. Yi Chen was the center of everything. It's still growing. Yi Chen's body and soul were numb. The evolution of life didn't only affect his body, but his soul as well. At 3 zhang, his physical body was many times stronger. His spirit body had reached the mid-8th rank, and the quality and density of his soul were also increasing crazily. Every movement of his seemed to contain the power of a galaxy. Apart from that, his sword energy was also increasing close to 100 times. The cyan sword energy didn't have a single trace of impurity, and was thousands of times purer than the purest crystal. No wonder no matter how strong a quasi-sovereign is, they can't surpass a supreme. They can't even compare to 1,000th of a supreme. A quasi-sovereign and a supreme are two completely different life forms. One is a mid-tier life form, while the other is a high-tier life form. No amount of effort can make up for the difference. A supreme can kill the strongest quasi-sovereign with a single breath. The changes in his body allowed Yi Chen to clearly understand the difference between a supreme and a quasi-sovereign. 3 zhang and 5 zhang. 3 zhang and 8 zhang. 4 zhang. Yi Chen's height was still growing. It was because Yi Chen's foundation was too deep, and he had refined more than 10,000 drops of azure spring water. One had to know that a supreme strength wasn't measured by height, but height was also a part of one's strength. The taller one was, the more robust one's foundation was. 3 zhang was the foundation of an ordinary supreme, 4 zhang was the foundation of a supreme supreme, and 5 zhang was the foundation of a supreme supreme. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme, it was mainly because he cultivated the 9 transformations of the golden body that he could reach 6 zhang. Therefore, the foundation of a Golden Buddha Supreme was higher than that of the true Martial Supreme and Heavenly Devil Supreme. 4 zhang and 2 zhang. 4 zhang and 3 zhang. 4 zhang and 5 zhang. 4 zhang and 8 zhang. When Yi Chen's height reached 4 zhang, his height finally stopped growing. At the same time, the sky darkened and chaotic lightning flashed. This was the sign of the supreme tribulation. The more robust one's foundation was, the more terrifying the supreme tribulation would be. Yi Chen knew this. Chapter 1289. Kacha! A bolt of chaotic lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky, fiercely striking at Yi Chen. Before it even got close, the electric current had already turned the majestic mountain beneath Yi Chen's feet into a jade mountain filled with lightning. The internal structure of the mountain was clearly visible to everyone's eyes. Yi Chen didn't dare to let the chaotic lightning strike his body. Although his current foundation allowed him to withstand a few bolts of lightning without suffering any injuries, the next supreme tribulation would definitely be more violent. He had to maintain his peak condition from start to finish, and he couldn't afford to take any risks. Raising the Sky Dream Sword, Yi Chen slashed at the lightning. The peerless sword Qi shattered the chaotic lightning into pieces, and the remaining lightning turned into a net of electricity covering Yi Chen's body. Crackle! Yi Chen's entire body was bathed in electricity, and some of the impurities on his body that couldn't be seen were refined into nothingness by the lightning. The evolution of my life level is even faster. Yi Chen could feel that the evolution of his life level had sped up a lot. Soon, the second bolt of chaotic lightning arrived. This time, it was like a heavenly saber, and it was extremely fast. It slashed at Yi Chen, and the surrounding time-space cracked black. Clang! Yi Chen shattered the chaos sky saber with a single sword strike. The third supreme tribulation was a house-sized ball of chaotic lightning that contained a terrifying power of lightning. In front of this power, time seemed to stop, and space seemed to retreat. Only the rumbling of the chaotic lightning balls could be heard. With the death cleave, Yi Chen passed the third tribulation. Next was the fourth tribulation. The fifth tribulation was even more terrifying. The fourth tribulation was a sea of blades and swords formed by chaotic lightning. When it slashed down, it was as though there were countless heaven-defying quasi-sovereigns attacking Yi Chen, giving off a feeling of impenetrable despair. The fifth tribulation was an ancient lightning cannon formed by chaotic lightning. Lightning condensed at the mouth of the cannon, and it was constantly brewing. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth was emitted from it. When it didn't attack, it would shake the heavens and earth. After passing the first 5 tribulations with great difficulty, the 6th tribulation arrived. The 6th tribulation was different from the previous 5. It evolved from the chaotic nature into yin and yang lightning, and it was equivalent to a supreme yin and yang profound martial art that attacked Yi Chen. Within the dark clouds, yin-yang lightning balls, yin-yang Tao diagrams, and even black and white palms appeared. Crackle! The yin-yang lightning sphere was the first to descend, exploding on Yi Chen's body like a series of cannons, bursting forth with thousands of lightning sparks. Then, the yin-yang Tao diagram descended, trying to erase Yi Chen's life imprint. The most frightening thing was the distinct black and white palms. Yi Chen even suspected that these palms belonged to Supremes, and they were attacking him. His body was charred black. Yi Chen had crossed the 6th tribulation. If the 6th tribulation was yin-yang heavenly tribulation, then the 7th tribulation was the 5 elements heavenly tribulation. The dark clouds in the sky slowly parted, and a giant mountain filled with 5-colored lightning appeared. This was the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. According to the records, 50% of Supremes would die beneath the 5 elements Thunder Mountain when they crossed the Supreme Tribulation. Once the 5 elements Thunder Mountain pressed down, no matter how great one's abilities were, they would still be pressed down, unable to move. Then they would be refined into ash, more dead than dead. Yi Chen was very clear that he could not allow the 5 elements Thunder Mountain to fall on his body. Therefore, he attacked it with all his might. Death cleave. 5 elements slash. Sword burial art. Yi Chen used all the sword skills he could use. The 5 elements Thunder Mountain was slashed open one after another. Break for me. With a loud roar, Yi Chen once again slashed out with a 5-colored sword chi, colliding with the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. Pung! The 5 elements Thunder Mountain exploded. Countless rays of light flickered between the heaven and earth. Even his soul power felt like it was being burned. Before Yi Chen could take a breather, the tribulation clouds in the sky boiled intensely. A boundless and terrifying aura was unfathomable. Thunder and lightning explosions resounded throughout the sky, filling the atmosphere with emptiness. At the same time, a spear the size of a planet poked out from the tribulation clouds. The tip of the spear flickered with lightning. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning arcs would be attracted by the ground and sweep down, plowing the mountains into pieces. Judgment tribulation. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. Supreme's tribulations were divided into different levels. For ordinary Supremes, they only needed to cross the seventh tribulation, the 5 elements Thunder Mountain. Only Supremes with extremely deep foundations and strength would face the 8th tribulation, the Judgment Tribulation. The Judgment Tribulation was the judgment of the universe. When the Judgment Spear descended, even Supremes would have to retreat. This was because the Judgment Spear would become stronger when facing strong opponents. If Supremes were swept up by it, they would suffer a destructive blow. Good timing. Yi Chen's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that were thousands of meters long. As his battle intent surged, his green lotus sword realm expanded to its limit. Countless mountain-sized green lotuses bloomed in the air. With a rough look, there were at least thousands of them. In the center of the green lotus sword realm, Yi Chen's body shone with a circle of green light. It was his protective sword yuan. 2 layers of defense had been activated, but Yi Chen felt that it was still not enough. He performed the 5 elements sword art. 5-colored sword light filled the air, turning into a 5-colored light ball that enveloped Yi Chen. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the Judgment Spear finally pierced toward Yi Chen. Millions of lightning snakes coiled around the spear, further increasing its might. Rip! Almost effortlessly, Yi Chen's green lotus sword domain was pierced through by the Judgment Spear. In the next second, his protective sword yuan was also pierced through. Dang! Fortunately, the 5 elements sword art was powerful enough. It finally blocked the Judgment Spear. The 2 were in a stalemate. Gradually, the Judgment Spear could not hold on anymore. It scattered into countless lightning snakes, turning the mountains into a sea of lightning snakes. The last trial, I have passed it. From now on, I will be free and unfettered in the universe. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds. He had a premonition that his supreme tribulation would be the most powerful supreme tribulation of the 9th level. The tribulation clouds did not disperse. Yi Chen's premonition had come true. Under Yi Chen's gaze, the tribulation clouds collapsed crazily. They eventually turned into a 10 million meter tall phantom that stood on the tribulation clouds. Lightning dragons coiled around the phantom's body, and a destructive aura filled the air. The phantom reached out his right hand. In his hand, lightning was violent. Another Judgment Spear was formed. It was even more condensed and terrifying than the previous one. Thunder God Phantom. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Thunder God was a true god. The moment he became a true god, a part of his will merged with the universe, replacing the universe to carry out the thunder punishment heaven tribulation. The phantom of Thunder God appeared in the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world. At this moment, Yi Chen not only had to deal with the universe's will, but also the Thunder God's will. You really think highly of me. Yi Chen had seen the will of the puppet True God in hell. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the will of a true god was. Of course, the Thunder God's will in front of him was only one of the billions of Thunder God's will. The stronger the person going through the trial, the stronger the Thunder God's will. It was impossible for a complete Thunder God's will to appear. Otherwise, even a demigod would not be able to go through. Chapter 1290. The Thunder God's face could not be seen clearly. Only his eyes were like 2 abyss-like whirlpools of lightning. He stared at Yi Chen, and with a flick of his right hand, the spear of judgment shot towards Yi Chen. Boom! Yi Chen did not know how loud the sound of creation was. He only knew that the spear shot out by the Thunder God was countless times louder than any sound he had ever heard in his life. It was as if what was thrown out was not the spear of judgment, but a bolt of lightning condensed from the primal chaos. It seemed as if it would blow up the heavens and the earth pierce through the universe, and turn everything in front of him into ashes. Yi Chen did not have the time to think about how horrifying this spear was. The only thought in his mind was to increase his power at all costs. Facing this spear of judgment, if he did not increase his power beyond his limit, he would be blown into nothingness, and even his soul would be shattered into pieces. Above his head, the 5 elements Tao fruit appeared. When he was a quasi-sovereign, the 5 elements Tao fruit could increase Yi Chen's strength by more than 10 times. Now that he was a sovereign, the 5 elements Tao fruit could at most increase his strength by 1 or 2 times, unless he could cultivate it to the great accomplishment or even the great perfection realm. But to be able to increase it by 1 or 2 times was already very good. It was better than no increase at all. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword energy circulated at a speed 10 times faster than before. On the surface of his body, flowers of blood bloomed. This was a sign that his sword energy was circulating too fast. Not enough. Yi Chen roared. He continued to accelerate the circulation of his sword energy. 15 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. This method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 oneself would not be used under normal circumstances, unless it was a moment of certain death, because once it was used, it would cause great damage to the body, and it would cause the sovereign's life imprint to collapse. But right now, Yi Chen did not care so much. If he could not withstand this calamity, there would be no future, so he might as well give it a try. Crackle! Yi Chen was 48 feet tall. Large amounts of blood burst out, converging into rivers of blood that dyed the majestic mountain below red. After doing all this, the spear of judgment came crashing down. Sword burial art. Yi Chen, who was bathed in blood, displayed his strongest sword burial technique so far. As this sword was unleashed, nearly 200 petals swept down, and the terrifying sword momentum slightly froze the judgment spear for a moment. Although this momentary pause seemed insignificant, sometimes it was this small gap that would cause you to die, without a burial place. The spear of judgment, which had paused for a second, continued to fall. It tore open the green lotus sword realm, pierced through Yi Chen's sword burial spell, and Yi Chen's protective sword yuan, and finally landed heavily on Yi Chen's body. Rumble! The majestic mountain that was filled with lightning was instantly annihilated. Yi Chen was blasted deep into the ground. Looking down, he couldn't see the bottom at all. It was pitch black, and he didn't know how deep it was. The tribulation clouds gradually dispersed, and the phantom of the thunder god dissipated. Only the broken mountains and the flickering electric arcs were left. The bottomless pit in the middle of the mountains was quiet, and only the slight sound of the electric arcs could be heard. Did I finally make it through? A pile of bloody flesh flew out of the deep pit. The flesh wriggled and turned into a huge naked human figure. It was indeed Yi Chen. The judgment spear continued to tear open the green lotus sword realm, the sword burial spell, and the protective sword yuan. Even so, Yi Chen was almost smashed into pieces. It was half luck that he was able to make it through. But Yi Chen looked at his body and forced a smile. He was in a bad situation right now. His life mark had been destroyed a lot, and his lifespan had probably been reduced by a lot. His power was only 1/10 of what it used to be, and his original height of 48 meters had shrunk to around 10 meters. It was easy to see how much damage the judgment spear had done to his body. However, Yi Chen had worried for nothing. The moment he flew out of the deep pit, the time and space around him changed, and he appeared in the arena again. Above the arena, the Shura spring water was boiling, and a stream of Shura spring water flew towards him, merging into his body. With a rough look, there were no less than 100,000 drops of Shura spring water. In an instant, Yi Chen's life mark had been repaired, and it had become much deeper. his power had improved further, reaching a realm that even he himself was not too sure about. The biggest change was still his body. He had grown from 48 meters to 15 meters in an instant. It should be known that the height of a supreme being would be harder to grow as one progressed. Moreover, 48 meters and 15 meters were two completely different levels. One was the foundation of a powerful supreme being, and the other was the foundation of a super supreme being. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Chen's power was that of a super supreme being. The foundation was just the foundation, and it was only a part of one's power. It was not the whole of one's power. In terms of martial arts, he was weaker than most of the ordinary supreme beings, and he still needed a long time to perfect his supreme martial arts. A supreme being is indeed a supreme being, without relying on the netherworld's sacred eye. Just his eyesight alone, Yi Chen could see through the surface space-time and see the layers of folded space-time. Everything seemed transparent in his eyes, turning into pure dots, lines, and surfaces. Outside the bronze gate, not only did the number of people not decrease, it actually increased. Everyone wanted to see who would be the final victor. Would it be the celestial demonic emperor, the evil sword emperor, the martial emperor, or even Yi Chen? Most people believed that it would be the celestial demonic emperor and the evil sword emperor. Most people believed that it would be the martial emperor. The martial emperor was a bit older, and although he was first on the quasi-venerable list, his potential was much lower. As for Yi Chen, very few people believed that he would be able to walk out. It wasn't that they doubted his potential and talent, but that Yi Chen's cultivation time was too short compared to the other three. No matter how great his talent and potential were, he would still need some time to increase his strength. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. The number of Supreme Being projections outside the Bronze Gate increased from more than 20 to more than 30, and 5 of them were from the Spirit Clan. Listen, if the last one to come out, protect him with all your strength. If it's the evil sword emperor, just ignore him. If it's the martial emperor and that rising genius, kill them for me. Kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the human clan will have another supreme being with infinite potential, and there will be endless troubles in the future. The celestial demonic Venerable transmitted his voice to the supreme being projections of the demons. Don't worry, we're all prepared. A supreme being projection of the demons replied. On the human clan's side, the true martial supreme being was also giving the same orders. He's coming out. At this moment, everyone saw a black dot fly out from the bronze gate. The black dot was getting bigger and bigger. Pop, it appeared. It wasn't the celestial demonic emperor, nor the evil sword emperor, nor the martial emperor, but the one who was the least favored, Yi Chen. What was even more shocking was that Yi Chen's height was actually 15 zhong. They could see that 15 zhong was the most natural height, and it wasn't a deliberate increase. He has become a supreme being. Everyone's jaws dropped, and their eyes widened. Kill! Dozens of supreme being projections of the demons, the evil spirit clan, and the Green Man clan attacked Yi Chen. However, the supreme being projections of the human clan, the giant clan, and the barbarian race weren't slow either, and they quickly intercepted them. Unfortunately, there was one more supreme being projection on the demon's side. He didn't stop them, and he instantly arrived in front of Yi Chen. You want to kill me with just a projection? Yi Chen's Sky Dream Sword had already been destroyed. He raised his sword finger and stabbed out. Chapter 1291. Pa! A pitch-black hole appeared in the space-time. Yi Chen and the Supreme Demon's projection each took a dozen steps back. What? The Supreme Demon's projection was blocked. That's way too sick. He just became a supremacy, and he already has such battle power. The projection had about 1/10 of a supremacy's battle power, and a new supremacy couldn't cultivate a supreme martial art to great completion at the moment of promotion. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying he was, he couldn't defeat an ordinary supremacy, not even 1/100th of an ordinary supremacy. Of course, this was only the moment of promotion. If he had enough time to increase his strength, everything would be different. However, in everyone's eyes, Yi Chun was obviously different. He had just become a supremacy, and he had already displayed such powerful strength. He actually blocked it. Supreme Demon River's face was full of disbelief. Apart from supremacy, those below the supremacy level couldn't see the status of a supremacy's projection. Supreme Demon River wasn't an ordinary supremacy, but a powerful supremacy. Even if he only had 1/10 of his strength, he was still many times stronger than an ordinary supremacy. And Yi Chun was just a new supremacy, but he could actually block an attack with 80% of his strength. 15 zhang tall, but there's no reason. After the shock, a suspicious look flashed through Demon River's face. Yi Chen's height was indeed shocking. 15 meters was the height of a super supreme warrior. But he was clear that it was only because of the foundation, which was only a small part of one's power. The true embodiment of a supreme warrior's power was the domain, the martial will, and the supreme martial arts. Among them, the supreme martial arts were the most important. Only Yi Chun himself knew that apart from supreme martial arts, he wasn't weaker than a powerful supremacy in any other aspect. His sword domain had reached the peak of the 8th level, and his 2 supreme sword intents were both at the intermediate stage of the 8th level, which was equivalent to the ordinary sword intent of the intermediate stage of the 9th level. His cultivation technique was also a supremacy cultivation technique, and his sword energy was even stronger than a powerful supremacy. Demon River, what's wrong with you? You can't even deal with a new supremacy. A female supremacy's projection of the demons said with dissatisfaction, while fighting with the human supremacy's projection. Supreme Demon River's face darkened. I was too careless just now. Brat, die. The Devil River's sovereign lunged at Yi Chun once again. This time, he did not hold back and executed his ultimate move, the Devil River God's palm. His palms turned into 2 roaring rivers that surged toward Yi Chun. Sword burial art. Among all of Yi Chen's supreme martial arts, the sword burial art was definitely the strongest. This was mainly because the space-time sword art could increase its power the most directly. As long as the time ultimacy increased, the sword burial art's power would also increase correspondingly. As for the other supreme sword arts, he still had to slowly study them. More than 200 flower petals danced in the air. In the next moment, a powerful sword chi burst forth and tore apart the demonic river palm force. That was not all. Yi Chen's sword move changed, and he performed the space-time sword technique's death slash. It seemed as though he wanted to destroy the opponent's projection in one fell swoop. Little bastard, how dare you? Supreme Demon River flew into a rage out of humiliation. He couldn't take down Yi Chun in front of so many people. He had already lost all his face. Now, he was being counterattacked by his opponent. How could he not be angry? A sound akin to a tsunami erupted as Sovereign Devil River struck out with the boundless Devil River of the Devil River God's palm. The might of his palm was boundless and endless. Swish! The death slash and the boundless demon river collided. A miraculous scene occurred. With the 2 of them as the center, countless 3D cubes were blasted away. They were like transparent building blocks that had been piled up for a long time, being struck by an external force. These 3D cubes had the power of space-time on the outside, while the power of the palm was like water on the inside. However, Supreme Demon River was not someone to be trifled with. The boundless demon river god's death slash was boundlessly powerful. Yi Chen's death slash had the upper hand in the beginning, but as time went on, it gradually lost its strength and was engulfed by the boundless demon river. As expected of a veteran supreme demon, Yi Chen's expression did not change. He executed extreme prosperity decline to protect himself. Pung pung pung. The boundless demon river god's death slash bombarded the multicolored sphere again and again. However, those with discerning eyes could see that Yi Chen's defensive sword art was extremely miraculous. The moment the palm force came into contact with it, it would immediately disperse and weaken. Powerful. The heavens have blessed our human race. Seeing that Yi Chen had blocked the attacks of Supreme Demon River's projection, the other Supreme Demon River projections were overjoyed. The human race has picked up a treasure this time. Give him 100 or 200 years, and he will definitely become one of the strongest Supreme Demons. The Supreme Demon River projections of the Giant Race and Barbarian Race were filled with envy. There were only a few Supreme Demons in each race. The stronger the Supreme Demons were, the greater the potential of the race's high-end combat power. After all, the stronger Supreme Demons had the chance to become a Supreme Demon. If there were not a lot of them, then there would definitely be a shortage of Supreme Demons in the future. Damn it! Why is this kid the only one who came out alive? The most depressed ones were the demons. They had thought that the final victor would be the Sky Devil Emperor and the Evil Sword Emperor. With the relationship between the two of them, they would not kill each other. It would be a good thing, no matter who came out. However, it was not the two of them. Instead, it was an overly young genius of the human race. The Evil Sword Emperor is a peerless genius of our evil spirit race. His death will be a great loss. What's wrong with Supreme Demon River? Why can't he do anything to him? The evil spirit race's supreme demons were also furious. Supreme Demon River did not believe it and attacked Yi Chen crazily. However, Yi Chen had already matured. In terms of strength, he was only slightly weaker than Supreme Demon River's projection. No matter how hard Supreme Demon River tried, he could not do anything to him. Demon River, sacrifice this projection and kill him quickly. At this moment, a voice entered Supreme Demon River's ears. Supreme Demon River shuddered. It was the Sky Devil Sovereign's voice. All right. Supreme Demon River nodded and stared at Yi Chen with killing intent. Little bastard, you don't have any chance. Die. Supreme Demon River's energy surged, and his demonic energy circulated 10 times faster than his limit. There was a limit to the projection's endurance. This was also why the projection's strength was only 1/10 of the original. Once it exceeded this limit, the projection would collapse, and the original body would also be injured. However, Supreme Demon River could not care so much. Since the Sky Devil Sovereign had spoken, he had to listen. Danger! How could Yi Chen not see that Supreme Demon River's projection wanted to sacrifice this projection to kill him? He immediately fled into the distance. Where are you going? Supreme Demon River quickly chased after him. His speed became faster and faster. With the Netherworld Sacred Eye opened, Yi Chen's control over space-time was close to the limit. Originally, his time profound was only at 60%. Now, with the Netherworld Sacred Eye, it was close to 80%. The 5 elements Dao fruit on his head also increased Yi Chen's strength by several times. Like a shooting star, Yi Chen passed through layer after layer of space-time. Supreme Demon River's projection was like maggots attached to bones, chasing after him. Rumble! In the depths of space-time, a huge explosion rang out. Boundless space-time storms spread out, creating waves of ripples. Some stars that encountered the ripples immediately turned into dust. Chapter 1292. Did he succeed? The Sky Demon Sovereign's projection shook off Supreme True Marshal's projection with a palm strike and looked at the place where Yi Chun and Supreme Demon River's projection had disappeared. However, the space-time storms were coming one after another, making it impossible to see clearly. Even with the Sky Demon Sovereign's projection's eyesight, he could only vaguely see a figure standing there. I hope he'll be fine. Supreme True Marshal's projection also looked in that direction. The space-time storm gradually dispersed, and the Supreme Marshal's projections saw clearly that the one who survived was Yi Chun. Good fella. Supreme Demon River sacrificed a projection and still couldn't kill him. He's definitely a powerful Supreme. Humph, the demons should give up this time. Even if they don't want to give up, they have to. Everyone here is a projection. Once Supreme Demon River's projection is destroyed, the demons won't be able to deal with this kid. The Supreme Marshal's projections of the Human Race Alliance discussed. That was close. Yi Chun still had a lingering fear in his heart. Once Devil River's projection went all out, his strength would increase by 100-fold, and he would be 1,000 times more powerful than him. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he relied on the advantage of his space-time profound to avoid the direct attack range of Devil River. Swoosh! Yi Chun flew towards the Bronze Gate and intentionally avoided the Supreme Marshal's projection. Sky Demon Venerable's projection's face was gloomy. If my real body was here, with the Sky Demon's sacred armor and Bloodthirst spear, I could kill this kid without any defense. With the Sky Demon's sacred armor, Supreme True Marshal couldn't hurt him. He could take a few attacks and kill Yi Chun. But now, he was just a projection and could easily collapse. Forget it. A powerful Supreme won't affect the overall situation. Sky Demon Venerable's projection ordered a retreat. Let's go back first. Seeing the demons and the other Supreme projections leave, Supreme True Marshal's projection heaved a sigh of relief and ordered them to return to the human race's territory. It was too dangerous here. He looked at Yi Chun and said with a smile, "Yi Chun, come with us to the 9-turn star." The 9 Revolutions star was the largest 9th-level life star in the 4 major life star regions. The high-level figures of the human race had established their headquarters there, and under normal circumstances, even sovereigns would stay on the 9 Revolutions star for many years. Of course, every sovereign would have their own continent to live on. The 9 Revolutions star had a total of 81 continents, some large and some small. There's no rush. I will go to the 9 Revolutions star in a week. Yi Chun still had to take care of other matters. After becoming a supreme being, he needed a large amount of time to consolidate his cultivation and cultivate his martial arts. Therefore, he had to make a trip back first. All right, let's meet on the 9 Revolutions star. As a fellow sovereign, Supreme True Marshal naturally had to respect Yi Chun's decision. Waiting until the sovereign's projections left, Yi Chun waved his hand. Su Jing, Murong Qingcheng, and the rest felt the space-time warp. Before long, they arrived on the flame star. So fast, the golden-robed emperor clicked his tongue. Although the human race's territory was relatively close to the spirit race's territory, it was still several tens of thousands of light years away. Yi Chun, you've truly become a sovereign? Murong Qingcheng raised her head and looked at Yi Chun, feeling like she was dreaming. She knew how difficult it was to become a sovereign. It was thousands of times harder than breaking through from sea of soul realm to life and death realm. Yi Chun faintly smiled and nodded. At the same time, his body began to shrink to the height of an ordinary human. The war between the human race and the demons is imminent. For a long time, I might have to cultivate on the 9 Revolutions star. If you need anything, you can find me there. Yi Chun said to everyone, "Of course. I haven't been to the 9 Revolutions star yet. If I say your name, I should be able to get in without any obstruction. Up until the time they separated, the golden-robed emperor and the rest of Duguju's group were still in shock. In merely 600 years, Yi Chun had become a sovereign. This was an absolutely world-shaking achievement, not to mention them. Even if some of the ancient geniuses were to be revived, they wouldn't be able to compare to Yi Chun. He was simply a monster among monsters. In the next few days, Yi Chun reunited with his family. As his cultivation base increased, the time he spent with his family became less and less. Fortunately, the people closest to him had all become life and death kings with a lifespan of 100,000 years. Thus, Yi Chun didn't have to worry about not having a chance to reunite with them in the future. A week later, Yi Chun left. Before leaving, he planted a sword seed in the souls of his family, disciple, and girlfriend. This sword seed contained the might of a sovereign, but its weakness was that it consumed a lot of yuan qi. Yi Chun couldn't give too many sword seeds at once. The consumption was too great. The white tiger star was close to the center of the 4 great life star fields. There was a colossal life star with a diameter of 1.5 billion li. Observing from afar, one could see that this star's terrain was in the shape of an ocean, precisely 9 circles around it. This star was precisely the 9 revolution star. In Supreme Pavilion, be it humans or beasts, all the sovereigns had arrived. This was because today was the day of the new sovereign, Yi Chun's arrival. Facing such a young sovereign, everyone had to give him some face. True Marshal Supreme had also secretly communicated with the other sovereigns, telling them to maintain a good relationship with Yi Chun. Yi Chun, welcome to the 9 Revolution Star. True Marshal Supreme led the group to greet him. Yi Chun cupped his fists. Everyone is too polite. Yi Chun has just arrived. If there's anything I've done wrong, don't hesitate to tell me. Yi Chun will correct his mistakes. Supreme Langya smiled. Before you became a sovereign, Qin Xin and I were the youngest sovereigns. Now that you've appeared, you've broken our record. Let's exchange some pointers in the future. Langya is right. Supreme Qin Xin was also very curious about Yi Chun. It was rare to see such a young sovereign. She might be able to learn something from him. She didn't think that the longer one cultivated, the more qualified they were. As the saying goes, the more capable one is the teacher. In terms of cultivation speed, Yi Chun had left them in the dust. Since ancient times, they had learned that the young were the ones to be feared. Definitely, Yi Chun also wanted to learn something from him. For example, some secrets that those below the sovereign realm didn't know. The universe was too big, no one dared to say that they were omniscient. Yi Chun, you probably don't know me, but I've seen you on the Green Dragon Star. The one who spoke was a muscular middle-aged man with a bronze crown on his head. You're the sovereign of the dragon race. Yi Chun could feel the boundless dragon power in his body. Supreme Langya introduced, this is the bronze sovereign of the dragon race. He's one of the strongest sovereigns in the human race. The bronze sovereign was the strongest sovereign apart from the supreme sovereigns. The dragon race had an even stronger sovereign, the golden sovereign. The golden sovereign was a supreme sovereign. Unfortunately, he had been missing for many years. No one knew where he went. Yi Chun wasn't surprised that the bronze sovereign knew about him. He had been to the Green Dragon Star many times, so he must have noticed him. Next, Yi Chun got to know all the sovereigns. Every single one of them was amazed by Yi Chun's youth. It was also the first time Yi Chun knew that the ultimate strength of the human race was powerful. On the other hand, the ultimate strength of the demons was terrifying. Chapter 1293. Langya take Yi Chun to choose a continent. After Yi Chun had talked with almost all the other Supremes, Supreme True Marshal instructed Langya. All right, Yi Chun, follow me. Supreme Langya nodded and looked at Yi Chun. Yichen followed behind Supreme Langya. In the sky above the 9 Revolution star, Supreme Langya said, while leading the way, the 9 Revolution star has 81 continents. Some of them are public, and the rest can be chosen at will. Of course, one must choose the ownerless ones. Currently, there are 24 ownerless continents on the 9 Revolution star: Wind, Forest Continent, Fire, Rock Continent, Sky, Chin Continent. Each continent has its own specialties. Wind Forest Continent has more forests, and its winds are also quite strong. Moreover, these are not ordinary winds, but God-destroying gales that even 8th layer life and death monarchs would have to struggle to traverse. Fire Rock Continent is a world of flames, and its rocks are all on fire. I'll choose Sky Chin Continent. The 9 Revolution star was the largest 9th grade life star in the 4 great life star fields. It was incomparably mystical. For countless years, countless legendary supremes had laid down restrictive arrays and fortified the 9 Revolution star. Even demigods had personally used their methods. Therefore, not only was the 9 Revolution star's defense so strong that even supremes couldn't destroy it, it also had many limitations. For example, the range of soul power exploration was very small. Yichun relied on Netherworld's Sacred Eye to see the location of Sky Chin Continent. All right, I'll take you there. Supreme Lang, you continued leading the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived above the Tianqin continent. As one of the 81 continents on the 9 Revolution star, the Tianqin continent was much larger than an ordinary life planet. There were countless small stars in the sky, as well as a relatively large sun and moon. They could light up the entire Tianqin continent. Good place. Yichen nodded. Supreme Langya said, 9 Revolution star has 81 continents, and each continent is very mysterious. It all depends on one's preference. This is the place. That's good. There's a main palace on the Heavenly Star continent, the Heavenly Star Palace. You only need to refine the Heavenly Star Pearl in the Heavenly Star Palace, and you'll be able to control the entire Heavenly Star continent. When other supreme beings enter the Heavenly Star continent, you'll know immediately. If you don't allow them to enter, they won't be able to enter. You can't break in? Yichun was puzzled. If a traitor appeared on the 9 Revolution planet and took control of an entire continent, wouldn't it be impossible to attack? Supreme Langya laughed and explained, you don't have to worry about that. The true Martial Supreme controls the 9 Revolutions star hub. If there's a traitor, the true Martial Supreme only needs to move his mind, and the continent will be defenseless. It's useless even if there's a traitor. I see. From Yi Chen's point of view, the 9 Revolution star wasn't just a simple life star. It was more like a planetary artifact, and the artifact was controlled by the true Martial Supreme. Oh, I forgot to tell you. After you become a Supreme Being, you'll automatically have a level 8 life star. You can bring your friends and family there. Us, Supreme Beings, have a lifespan of over 100,000 years. After that, your children and grandchildren will be terrifying as well. Supreme Lang, you said. The human race didn't have many level 9 life stars. The dragon race had 1, the phoenix race had 1, and the monster race had 1. The human race only had a few, no more than 10, and they all had their own uses. There were many level 8 life stars, enough to satisfy all the supreme beings. That's for the best. Yi Chun was quite satisfied with obtaining a level 8 life star. Although he didn't have any children yet, the entire Yi family and Falling Dust Sword sect had a lot of people. After hundreds of years of reproduction, their numbers had multiplied by several times. After 100,000 years, his descendants might be in the millions. After all, not all of them were talented, and not all of them put their minds into bitter cultivation. with the backing of Yi Chun, and Yi family, even more of them would put their minds into enjoying themselves. Yi Chun couldn't do anything about this. Resources were limited. It was fine to nurture a few 100,000 people, but to nurture tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions, the entire human race didn't have enough resources. They could only drift with the tide. At present, Yi Chun already had a third-grade life star, Flaming Fire Star, and a fourth-grade life star, Blue Fire Star. The latter was bestowed to him after he became an 8th-layer life and death sovereign. These 2 life stars would be useful in the future, allowing him to send some of his family members out and nurture their independence. All right, I've told you everything I need to. You've just become a sovereign, so you should need some time to cultivate martial skills and increase your strength. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, you can summon True Martial Supreme or other sovereigns from the Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Lang, you continued, as for your 8th-grade life star, there are people below to prepare it for you. You don't need to worry about it. I'll be troubling you then. Yi Chun indeed wanted to cultivate martial skills. After becoming a sovereign, his mind was constantly flickering with inspiration. After Supreme Langya left, Yi Chun flew to the center of Heavenly Star Continent and entered the Heavenly Star Palace. Inside, a pearl flickering with resplendent starlight floated. With a wave of his hand, the pearl flew into Yi Chun's hand, and he began refining it. No wonder the 9 Revolution star isn't suitable for humans to live in. Heavenly Star Continent is full of dangers for those below the sovereign realm. Only the Heavenly Star Palace is safe. The entire 9 Revolution star has been refined into a planet-grade artifact by countless legendary sovereigns and demigods since ancient times. Its might is boundless. While refining the pearl, Yi Chun gradually understood the mysteries of the 9 Revolution star. However, if I bestow a trace of the pearl's power, I can stay on Heavenly Star Continent for a long time. In a short while, Yi Chun had completely refined the pearl. In the following days, Yi Chun immersed himself in sword arts. The current him was still lacking in many areas, the biggest of which was naturally sword arts. Cultivation knew no time. While Yi Chun was cultivating, rumors about him spread throughout the universe. At that time, there were too many 8th-layer life and death sovereigns of all races present. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. In a short year, the news of Yi Chun becoming a sovereign had reached the ears of most life and death kings. Everyone was astonished by Yi Chun's talent. It should be known that Yi Chun was only 600 years old, and the youngsters who became sovereigns within 1,000 years had a common title, 1,000-year sovereign. 1,000-year sovereigns had a high chance of becoming legendary sovereigns, and perhaps even demigods. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, Yi Chun's talent was even better than many legendary sovereigns. However, nobody knew the future, and they could only say that there was hope. At the same time, the demons and the other demonic races started to calm down after suffering a grievance. However, the aura of war did not calm down. Instead, it was hidden even deeper. A storm was brewing. Chapter 1294, Tianqian Continent. On a boundless lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, motionless, drifting with the flow. After a long time, Yi Chun opened his eyes, stood up, and started to perform the 5-element sword art. The 5-element sword art was the most fundamental supreme sword art of Yi Chun, the essence of the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash. The stronger the 5-element sword art was, the stronger the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash would naturally become stronger. This was much more efficient than cultivating one by one. Of course, it was also much more difficult. No, I'm still lacking a bit. Shaking his head, Yi Chun continued to sit cross-legged and pondered the deeper essence of the five-element sword art. Day after day, month after month, year after year, in the blink of an eye, it had been 12 years since Yi Chen came to the Nine Revolution Star. In these 12 years, Yi Chen's five-element sword art grew stronger every day, even gradually surpassing the sword burial art. After all, the sword burial art only contained 70% time profound, while Yi Chen's five elements profound had long reached perfection. It was just that his comprehension wasn't at the level of a sovereign, so he couldn't perfect the five-element sword art. Now that he had become a sovereign, his comprehension had increased countless times, and he also had the essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial arts. If he didn't improve quickly, it would seem like he was stupid. While improving the five-element sword art, Yi Chen didn't give up on the death slice and the sword burial art. Yi Chen already had more than 300 petals, catching up to Supreme Flower Burial. Of course, although Yi Chen's foundation was much stronger than Supreme Flower Burial, the sword burial art was created by Supreme Flower Burial. Some of the essences that had nothing to do with time and space profound weren't grasped by Yi Chen yet. Therefore, Yi Chen couldn't make the sword burial art his main sword art. The five-element sword art was his foundation. Perhaps in the future, he would change the sword burial art again, turning it into a sword burial art that truly belonged to him. The 15th year. On this day, above the lake, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. In an instant, it was brighter than the sun and moon in the sky, more dazzling. Wrong. It turns out that I was wrong before. The five elements are responsible for creation. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yin and yang give birth to the five elements. I used the destruction sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, but it didn't match the five elements sword art at all. Using the immortal sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, although it wasn't domineering enough, it could perfectly perform the five elements sword art and stimulate the power of creation, which was far more powerful than the destruction sword intent. After a moment of enlightenment, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with joy. In the past, any sword art he performed contained the destructive sword intent, and the immortal sword intent was usually used to protect his body. He would only use the immortal sword intent when he performed the five-element sword art. That was why the defense of the extreme prosperity sword art was so powerful. Unfortunately, the extreme prosperity sword art was just a side branch of the five-element sword art. How could it compare to the vastness and profoundness of the five elements sword art? For example, the extreme prosperity sword art was a weapon, while the five elements sword art was the human body. No matter how powerful the weapon was, it could never be as powerful as the human body. This is the real five elements sword art. Moving his body, Yi Chen performed the five elements sword art. This time, the five-element sword art was less domineering, but more profound. Rumble. On the boundless lake, a piece of land was being born rapidly. Inside the land, all kinds of metals were being brewed, forming into a ball. On the land, a river was born. With the river as the center, patches of green appeared. Flowers and trees grew crazily. With the appearance of flowers and trees, the nutrients of the land were being extracted, and the ground started to heat up. Magma appeared, and then volcanoes erupted, and flames burned the sky. All of this was the sword momentum, the materialized five-element sword art. Enemies who were in the range of the sword momentum would feel powerless, as if they were fighting against the heaven and the earth. Yi Chen could continue attacking, or he could leave at any time. My five-element sword art, even though I haven't fully displayed the ultimate essence of the five elements profound, it is still my highest achievement. It's a pity that I don't have an opponent to exchange pointers with. Yi Chen was clear that only by exchanging pointers could he find out where he was lacking. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Under Yi Chen's study, the five elements sword art had become increasingly profound. Towards the end, even he himself couldn't find any flaws. My horizons are limited. Training in seclusion alone is useless. Shaking his head, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. His figure flickered, and he instantly arrived in the sky above Sky Star Continent. In the next moment, Yi Chen rushed towards Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Pavilion, many people came and went, and Supremes would come here from time to time. Of course, there were also some high-ranking members of the human race. Their cultivation bases were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Greeting the passing Supremes, Yi Chen arrived at the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. This was where the supreme weapons of the human race were stored. Newly ascended Supremes could obtain a set of supreme weapons for free. If they were damaged, they would have to make enough contributions to get them again. One could exchange for treasures, or they could do some big things for the human race. Apart from supreme weapons, there were also some supreme materials on the 9th floor. I'll choose a supreme armor first. Yi Chen walked toward the supreme armor treasury. Supreme Yi, you're here to choose a supreme weapon, right? I'm Sima Jingwan, the manager of Supreme Pavilion. There was someone working on the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. It was a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her eyes brightened. Although she had never seen Yi Chen before, it didn't hinder her from seeing Yi Chen's image. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't curious about such a young and newly ascended Supremes. Of course, she was even more in awe. Yi Chen nodded. Can I go in? Of course, of course. This way, please. Sima Jingwan promptly nodded and stepped aside. When Yi Chen entered the treasury, Sima Jingwan couldn't help but whisper, "He's really too young." So young, yet he's already a pillar of the human race. I wonder how he cultivates. The Supreme Armor Treasury was a completely different world. There were a large number of supreme armors stored inside. With a rough look, there were no less than 50 or 60 of them. Some were already very broken, while some were still very new. White Tiger Armor, 7-star Annihilation Armor, Sun Moon Armor, Milky Way Armor. Yi Chen walked past the supreme armors and memorized all the information about them in his mind. After walking one round, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and came to the side of a golden armor. This supreme armor was called the Wind Cloud Armor. Wearing this armor could increase one's defense by more than 100 times and could also absorb a large amount of attack power. It turns out that it's so difficult for a supreme being to kill a supreme being. For example, a powerful supreme being could kill a normal supreme being, or a super supreme being could kill a powerful supreme being. It's too difficult to kill a supreme being at the same level. The supreme armor can completely block more than 90% of the attack power. I wonder how terrifying the divine armor above the supreme armor is. Yi Chen's thoughts were quick. He thought of Supreme Being from the Supreme Armor. Chapter 1295. With the Wind and Cloud Armor, Yi Chen walked towards the Supreme Weapon Treasury. There were a lot more supreme weapons than supreme armors, about 100 of them. Just like the Supreme Armor Treasury, the Supreme Weapon Treasury was a whole new world. Each supreme weapon was as big as a mountain, and the smallest one was thousands of meters long. The terrifying pressure from the weapons filled the air, causing Yi Chen to hold his breath. These weapons are the same as the armors. They are all of normal size and not enlarged. If they were enlarged, they might even be larger than an ordinary planet. How many Paragon-level materials would be required to refine them? I'm afraid that's also the reason why there have only been 100 or so Paragon-level weapons in the past countless years. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He had originally planned to learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords before the war, but now it seemed a little unrealistic. There seemed to be a lot of supreme weapon materials in the Supreme Pavilion, But who could be sure that they could forge a supreme sword on their first try? They had to increase the success rate first, and the amount of supreme weapon materials needed was inestimable. No hurry, I'll learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords first, and then I'll learn how to forge supreme swords in the future. With this thought, Yi Chen began to choose supreme sword. There weren't many swords in the treasury, only 8 in total. They were Blood Sword, Brilliant Divine Sword, Innate Overlord Sword, Thousand Soft Divine Sword. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen chose Brilliant Divine Sword. Brilliant Divine Sword was 9,800 meters long, and its entire body was white gold with a golden line in the middle. It looked noble and sharp, and when held in one's hand, it felt like this sword could fly out and kill at any time. I need a large amount of Emperor-grade materials to forge artifacts. May I know what your requirements are? Leaving the treasury, Yi Chen asked the beautiful woman called Sima Jingwan. Sima Jingwan answered honestly, Supreme Pavilion has a rule that supreme weapons only need to pay 50% of the price. May I know what Supreme Yi needs? 20 million kilograms of source stream iron, 80 million kilograms of 7-star iron, 500 million kilograms of star iron. Yi Chen's next words startled Sima Jingwan. These materials were all Emperor-grade materials, and they were extremely valuable. She didn't know if Yi Chen would be able to take out so many Yuan stones. Of course, a supreme being's status was noble, so he could owe them for now and return them in the future. A total of 300 billion Yuan stones. Sima Jingwan hesitated for a moment and said, "N." Faintly nodding, Yi Chen took out 3 storage rings and handed them over. Each has 100 billion Yuan stones. 3 rings for a total of 300 billion Yuan stones. Take a look. The current Yi Chen didn't lack Yuan stones. In the Azura World Arena, he had killed a lot of 8th layer life and death heavenly sovereigns, as well as a fair number of quasi-sovereigns. Just the Yuan stones in their storage rings added up to 500 billion, not to mention other treasures. Otherwise, even a newly ascended sovereign might not be able to take out so many Yuan stones. No need. How could Sima Jingwan not trust a sovereign? Any sovereign would disdain to take advantage of such a small matter. If this matter were to spread, she would lose face. Leaving the Supreme Pavilion, Yi Chen ran into Langya's sovereign. "Brother Yi, what a coincidence! I was just about to look for you." Langya's sovereign beamed. Yi Chen asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Bronze Sovereign, Langya Sovereign, and Qinheart Sovereign were the 3 strongest sovereigns of the human race. Their strength was second only to super sovereigns. Among them, Langya Sovereign and Qinheart Sovereign were the twin stars of the human race. The 2 were the youngest and had the greatest potential. They would certainly become super sovereigns in the future. Of course, Yi Chen's degree of monstrous talent was even higher than the 2, which was why he was so highly regarded. Langya's sovereign said, "I want to invite you to a gathering I'm holding. Let's get to know each other. I wonder if Brother Yi has the time?" After becoming a sovereign, one would enter seclusion for many years. Therefore, gatherings were often held to discuss one's attainments. Apart from this, mutual comparison could also promote mutual improvement. "All right," Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. Brother Yi is indeed a straightforward person. Langya's sovereign was in a good mood, seeing that Yi Chen was giving him face. In fact, the people he invited this time were all powerful sovereigns. There were humans, barbarians, and giants. Yi Chen's battle with Supreme Demon River's projection was barely at the level of a sovereign. In addition, his fame was like the sun in the sky. Many sovereigns wanted to know more about him. "How about this? We'll meet in my greedy wolf continent a week later." Langya's sovereign continued, "I'll do as you say." After parting ways with Supreme Langya, Yi Chun returned to Heavenly Star Continent. In the next 7 days, Yi Chun did not forge any sovereign-grade sword. He read the books on forging sovereign-grade swords one after another, trying to understand the meaning behind them. 7 days later, Yi Chun rushed to Greedy Wolf Continent. This time, Supreme Langya invited more than 10 sovereigns. There were 5 from the human race, including the Bronze Sovereign. Beside him was the Phoenix race's sovereign, Ice Phoenix. The barbarian race's sovereigns were like savage gods. The giant race's sovereigns were the size of mountains. Yi Chun had never seen many of them before. Clearly, every race would have some hidden supremes. Even the human race had some supremes in seclusion or had reached the end of their lifespans and left to search for opportunities. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the entire power of a race would not be revealed at once. Supreme Langya, this is the newly ascended Supreme Langya. He has a strong foundation, but how strong is he? The giant race's Supreme Mountain Sea squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Chun. Supreme Mountain Sea was 400 feet tall. Supreme Lang, you looked like a small person sitting beside him. Supreme Langya explained, Supreme Yi was able to exchange more than 10 moves with Supreme Devil River's projection when he first became a sovereign. In the end, Supreme Devil River's projection couldn't even hurt him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I'm afraid Supreme Ye's talent has increased by more than 1,000 times. Even Supreme Devil River's true body won't be a match for him. Supreme Savage said, You can't say that. Supreme Devil River is just an ordinary person among the sovereigns. I remember, Supreme Langya, when you first became a sovereign, you were able to fight against an ordinary sovereign without losing. Supreme Langya smiled bitterly. At that time, he had the supreme armor and weapon in his hands. Moreover, he had been in seclusion for a few years. On the other hand, Yi Chun was different. He had nothing and was ambushed as soon as he came out of Azura world. Just as Supreme Langya was about to explain, Yi Chun arrived. My apologies, Yi Chun is not late, right? Supreme Langya quickly stood up. Not late, not late. The gathering hasn't officially started. In a gathering between sovereigns, the food and drinks were treasures that even sovereigns wouldn't dare to dream of. For example, the 7-colored divine fruit, which could only be found in the heavenly river. The black fruit was the gloomy dark fruit from hell. The meat was even more amazing. It was made from the roasted meat of some cosmic beasts and contained powerful energy. Supreme sovereigns were the strongest group of people in the world. They were like the immortals in Yi Chen's imagination. They were above the mortal world, and even their food and drinks were different. Chapter 1296. Supreme Langya, your heavenly blue bull's meat is amazing, it's delicious. Paragon Mountain Sea loved meat the most. In front of him was a plate with a diameter of 100 meters. On the plate was a huge beef thigh. Paragon Mountain Sea picked up the beef thigh and took a big bite out of it. Grease dripped from his mouth. This Heaven River python's meat isn't bad either. Like Supreme Mountain Sea, Supreme Savage also liked meat. In fact, both the giants and barbarians liked meat. Humans, on the other hand, had a balanced diet. Supreme Langya smiled. It's not easy to catch a heavenly blue bull. There are countless caves in the traceless stream. As long as they run into one, they won't come out even once in 10,000 years. Heaven River pythons are easy to catch, but the heavenly river is too dangerous. There are strong and weak heavenly river pythons. From the weakest to the strongest, there are beginner heavenly river pythons, middle heavenly river pythons, high heavenly river pythons, quasi-heavenly river pythons, first heavenly river pythons, and second heavenly river pythons. Indeed, we may be supremes, but some places are still dangerous for us. Supreme Bronze nodded. He couldn't help but think of Supreme Gold. Since the beginning of the gathering, Yi Chun had remained silent, listening to others and eating his food. As a newly ascended sovereign, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Moreover, the food before his eyes was indeed out of the ordinary. He, who usually didn't care much about food, couldn't help but eat a bit more. He even wondered if he should bring some back for his parents and girlfriend. Thinking up to here, Yi Chun chuckled. He really looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Supreme Ice Phoenix was sitting not far from Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun smile, she answered, "Supreme Yi, I heard that you're friends with our Phoenix Clan's junior, Fire Sparrow?" "Yes." Yi Chun nodded. Yi Chun wasn't surprised that Supreme Ice Phoenix knew he was friends with Fire Sparrow Emperor. He just needed to ask around. "It's Fire Sparrow's good fortune to have a friend like you." Supreme Ice Phoenix continued, "Oh, right, where are you from, Supreme Yi?" The human race originated from the living worlds. Many amazing geniuses also came from the living worlds. Yi Chun was not afraid of others knowing that he came from Elysium. "Elysium," he said. "Elysium." The Ice Phoenix supremacy was very surprised, but then came to a realization. "What's wrong?" Yi Chun saw some clues. The Ice Phoenix Supreme said, "Many years ago, before almost all the supreme martial artists were born, there was a supreme martial artist called Guzun. He was one of the strongest supreme martial artists at that time. It was said that he was even stronger than supreme martial artist. After him, there was another supreme martial artist called Chi Tianzun. He was also extremely powerful. They came from a world with life, the Elysium you mentioned." After saying that, the Ice Phoenix Supreme looked at Yi Chun with a slight change in her gaze, a change that even she herself didn't notice. Guzun, Chi Tianzun? Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chun's mind. It's ancient emperor and Chi Tiendi. Finally, Yi Chun regained his wits. These two were the first and second titled monarchs of Elysium. They were revered by tens of thousands of people. However, Yi Chun felt that it was reasonable. Ancient Emperor's cultivation base was at the 9th layer of life and death realm. Although Chi Tiendi's strength was unknown when he left Elysium, he should also be at the 9th layer of life and death realm. 9th layer was a supreme. With the talents of Ancient Emperor and Chi Tiendi, it wasn't difficult for them to have such a reputation. All of a sudden, many questions flashed through Yi Chun's mind. Were Ancient Emperor and Chi Tiendi dead or not? Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, but the Supreme Martial Artist's lifespan was far longer. It was not impossible for them to live for millions of years. If they were still alive, where did they go? Moreover, if Ancient Emperor and Chi Tiendi didn't die, why did they let the demons and evil spirit race block the exit of Elysium? With their lifespan, they could easily guard Elysium for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from that, although humans were weaker than demons, they wouldn't sit idly by. There were too many questions. Yi Chun had a feeling that Elysium was certainly not an ordinary world with life. There must be a deeper reason why humans sat idly by in Elysium. Now that he thought about it, the demon's abandonment of Elysium was not as simple as he had imagined. After a long while, Yi Chun shook his head. He had just become a supreme, and there were too many things he didn't know. There was no need to be anxious to know everything. As time passed, he would know what he needed to know. "Supreme Yi, are there any records of these two in Elysium?" Supreme Ice Phoenix asked. Yi Chun said, "They were the earliest supremes of Elysium." Oh, Supreme Ice Phoenix could tell that Yi Chun didn't know much. As time passed, the atmosphere of the gathering became more and more lively. "Everyone, this time I have invited everyone here just to eat and drink. I believe that everyone has not enjoyed themselves to the fullest. So, Next is the time to compare notes. Everyone can invite opponents to test their martial arts. I will start first. Who is willing to compare notes with me? Supreme Langya stood up and said boldly after drinking a mouthful of wine. Discussions arose everywhere. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Supreme Langya, Hongling, will spar with you. Supreme Hongling of the giant race stood up. All right, please advise me. Supreme Hongling was one of the few powerful supremes of the giant race. He was slightly shorter than the mountain and sea supremes, but he was still 380 meters tall. The battle between the two was brilliant. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the land to the lake. Fortunately, the greedy wolf continent was very sturdy and could withstand the two's blows. In the end, Supreme Langya won slightly and stopped while he was ahead. Thank you for letting me win. Supreme Langya cupped his fists. My skills are not as good as yours. I have nothing to say. Supreme Hongling did not feel ashamed. He went back and continued to eat and drink. Next, it was Supreme Ice Phoenix's turn. Her opponent was a female supreme of the barbarian race, Supreme Seven Moons. In the end, the two were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, it would inevitably hurt the harmony. Supreme Yi, you are a new supreme. However, Dongting, would like to spar with you. Supreme Dongting of the barbarian race flew out from his seat. His eyes swept around and finally fell on Yi Chun. He invited him to spar with him. Supreme Ice Phoenix reminded, Supreme Dongting's strength cannot be underestimated. Be careful of his heaven-collapsing, earth-splitting leg. Supreme Dongting was famous for his leg techniques. His strength was not considered as a top supreme. However, it was hard to say if his opponent was Yi Chun. After 15 years, no matter how much Yi Chun had improved, it would be limited. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Yi Chun also wanted to know how strong he had become. In a flash, Yi Chun appeared in front of Supreme Dongting. Langya, how about we make a bet? If Supreme Yi loses to Supreme Dongting, you will give me all of your blue sky bowls. Of course, you can choose not to bet. Supreme Mountain Sea suddenly said to Supreme Langya. Supreme Langya was stunned. He said, what if Supreme Yi wins? Win. Supreme Mountain Sea thought for a while and said, I will give you one of my starry sky bear hounds. How about that? All right, it's a deal. Starry sky bear hounds were a mysterious giant beast. Their habits were similar to dogs of the human race. The 3 starry sky bear hounds raised by Supreme Mountain Sea all had the strength of ordinary supreme martial artists. It would be a great fortune to get one. As for Yi Chun losing, Supreme Langya would not suffer a great loss. At worst, he would just have to spend some effort to catch some in the traceless stream. Chapter 1297. The fight began. Master Dongting launched an explosive kick, which was so fast that even time and space seemed to be reversed. If this kick landed, it could even destroy an ordinary living planet. Seeing this, Yi Chun operated the Green Lotus Sword domain, stabilizing the surrounding space-time, preventing it from being affected by the reversal of space-time. At the same time, he pulled out the brilliant divine sword and slashed down with a fierce and sharp aura. Boom! The iron foot and the sword collided. A large space-time crack appeared, and a small hill nearby was blown up. Okay, take another 100 kicks. Using the momentum, Sovereign Dongting spun his body. His 2 legs were like a storm, a meteor shower, a tsunami, and a volcanic eruption. Kicks after kicks were launched at Yi Chun, without any gap in between. If an ordinary sovereign were to encounter such a crazy chain of kicks, they would be kicked to death before they could even react and use their best moves. So what if I take another 1,000 kicks? Yi Chun did not use any unique skills. The basic sword skills were superb. Every move seemed ordinary, but they were perfect. Whether it was the operation of sword energy, the flow of qi and blood, the strength of muscles, or the coordination of breathing, they were all flawless. Vaguely, there was also the integration of heart power and five elements ultimacy. Clank, clank, clank. After a series of explosions, Master Dongting was sent flying. In terms of fighting skills, Master Dongting was no match for Yi Chen. Before he finished his 100 kicks, Yi Chen found a flaw and slashed at his chest. Of course, this was just an ordinary sword skill. It was not even enough to tickle Master Dongting. Mountain Sea, looks like you are going to lose. Supreme Lang, you revealed a faint smile. Not necessarily. This is just the beginning. Master Mountain Sea adjusted his posture and squinted his eyes. Without a doubt, he had underestimated Yi Chen. Master Dongting was many times stronger than Demon River, but judging from the situation, it was obvious that Yi Chen had the upper hand. Next, it would depend on each other's unique skills. Master Yi, I am going to use my full strength. Master Dongting twisted his neck and lifted his right leg slightly. A powerful force enveloped Yi Chen from afar. Just make your move. The Huang Divine Sword vibrates at a special frequency, and the sharp sword momentum also locks on the Supreme Master of Dongting Lake. Heaven-collapsing, earth-shattering kick. Death slash. Almost at the same time, the two of them launched their own unique skills. The sky-collapsing and earth-splitting kick of Dongting's supremacy was extremely domineering, and the horrible power spread out like a spider web. It could be seen that time and space were collapsing, and the earth, water, fire, and wind were boiling, as if the world had fallen into doomsday and carried out the last riot. Rumble. As the wind and clouds surged, Yi Chen and the Dongting supremacy both flew backward. What a powerful leg technique. There is a sword mark on Yi Chen's clothes. Just now, the strength of the Dongting master's leg was transmitted to the Huang Divine Sword. The powerful force made the sword lose control and cut back to him. If it were not for the wind and cloud armor, he would have been cut in half by the sword and suffered some minor injuries. Supremacy of Dongting is even worse than Yi Chen. Her clothes are full of holes, and she looks like a beggar. Supremacy of Dongting, take a sword from me too. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Chen leaped up and landed on the top of Supremacy of Dongting's head, and slashed down with his sword. 5 elements sword technique. 5 elements slash. Good fella, block for me. Supremacy of Dongting wanted to dodge, but an unprecedented 5 elements sword technique shrouded him. He crossed his arms and used Supremacy of Dongting to block the attack. Clang! A powerful shockwave radiated in all directions, and Supremacy of Dongting was nailed into the ground. Mountain Sea, just admit defeat. My brother Yi is not an ordinary person. After the shock, Lang Yi looked at Supremacy of Mountain Sea with a smile. He is still very happy to win a Starry Sky Bear Dog. Supremacy of Mountain Sea drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. A Starry Sky Bear Dog is a Starry Sky Bear Dog. Don't worry. Mountain Sea, will not do anything that goes back on my words. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen with a new gaze. It seems that he is indeed not an ordinary genius. Supremacy of Dongting has been a supreme for 100,000 years, but he is actually not a match for a newly advanced supreme. Maybe he really can become a legendary supreme. The Bronze Sovereign's eyes lit up. The disappearance of the Golden Sovereign was a regret of the Dragon Clan. With the Golden Sovereign, the human clan had 3 supreme sovereigns. The difference between having a supreme sovereign and not having one was huge, especially for the Dragon Clan. If Yi Chen can become a legendary supreme, with his relationship with Su Jing, he will definitely help to find Golden Supreme. Gravel flew everywhere, and supremacy of Dongting flew up from the depths of the ground. It hurts so much. This sword is really powerful. I can't block it. Supremacy of Dongting felt dizzy, and his breath was unstable. Although Yi Chen's 5 elements slash didn't hurt him, it shook his bones to the point that his blood was boiling. Thank you for letting me win. Sheathing the brilliant divine sword, Yi Chen cupped his fists. A loss is a loss. There is no need to let me win. The barbarians always say one thing is one, and two is two. They are not as fastidious as the human race. Returning to his seat, Supremacy of Ice Phoenix suddenly said, Supremacy, Yi, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Yi Chen smiled. It is not a battle of life and death. There is no need to be so serious. The full power of the 5 elements slash was much more terrifying, but at the last moment, Yi Chen only used 1,000th of its power. If he really used his full strength, even Supremacy of Dongting would be seriously injured. The gathering went on for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Mountain Sea Supremes exchanged pointers with Bronze Supremes, Savage Supremes, and Zitherheart also exchanged pointers. But no one else went to exchange pointers with Yi Chen. Everyone was quite friendly towards new Supremes. Continuous exchanging pointers would make people feel that it was a bit deliberate. At the end of the gathering, Langya Supreme gave Yi Chen 3 sky blue oxen, 10 sky river pythons, and many precious wines and fruits. Yi Chen didn't refuse and accepted it. In the following days, Yi Chen started learning how to forge Emperor-grade swords. His days were peaceful. I finally forged a top Emperor-grade sword. Raising the crimson sword in his hand, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 years, he had already used 90% of the materials, which was equivalent to 300 billion yuan stones. He had spent 270 billion yuan stones in exchange for hundreds and thousands of Emperor-grade swords. This crimson sword was the only peak Emperor-grade sword he had succeeded in refining. Did you succeed? Outside the room, Su Jing walked in. Yes. What do you think? Seeing Su Jing come in, Yi Chen handed the sword to her. In these 3 years, Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing would often come to Tianqin continent to stay for a while. Yi Chen had already given them a strand of the Tianqin Pearl's power, so they wouldn't be in any danger. It doesn't seem to be any worse than my purple golden spear. Su Jing took out her top-notch Emperor-class treasure and compared it. Yi Chen smiled. It's still not good enough. But next time, I'm confident that I can forge an even better top Emperor-grade sword. Yes. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression changed. What's wrong? Su Jing asked. I'm going to the Supreme Pavilion for a while. Wait here. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared in the sky above Tianqin continent and rushed towards the Supreme Pavilion. Just now, Supreme True Marshal suddenly sent a message to him, asking him to go to the Supreme Pavilion. Chapter 1298. In the meeting room of the Supreme Pavilion, there was another Supreme Master called Lai, who was sitting there besides Supreme True Marshal. Yi Chen, you're here. Supreme Yi. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Fire stood up. True Marshal Lai Hua. Among the Supreme Masters, they usually called each other by their titles. Yi Chen didn't have a title yet, so he could call him Supreme Yi or by his full name. Sitting down, Yi Chen asked directly, True Marshal, why did you call me here? Did the demons do something? Supreme True Marshal smiled. No, even if the demons wanted to do something, they wouldn't do it so early. I called you and Lai Hua here to assign a task to you. Patrol the Black Wind Stream. Black Wind Stream. It was the first time that Yi Chen had heard of this term. Supreme Fire wasn't surprised at all. He explained to Yi Chen the Black Wind Stream is an important place of the human clan. The patrolling duty is rotated every 500 years. This time, it's our turn. After Supreme Zhen Wu and Lai Hua's explanation, Yi Chen finally learned that there was a very secretive forbidden place of the human race, Black Wind Stream. There were countless seals arranged in the Black Wind Stream, which contained demons and enemies that couldn't be killed or were hard to kill since the ancient times. It was equivalent to a very high-level supreme prison. Due to the passage of time, the demonic qi in the Black Wind Stream had become more and more powerful, causing the airflow that blew out from the gap to be black in color. This was how the name Black Wind Stream came about. Yi Chen and Supreme Fire's task was to patrol the Black Wind Stream and report to Supreme True Marshal immediately if they encountered any strange or troublesome problems. Yi Chen, you've just become a Supreme Master. The Black Wind Stream is a good place to sharpen your state of mind and will. Is that okay? Supreme True Marshal asked. Yi Chen knew that Supreme True Marshal was doing this for his own good, so he didn't refuse and agreed. After returning to Tianqin Continent, Yi Chen told Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng what to do. Then he went to the Black Wind Stream with Supreme Fire. The Black Wind Stream was a vast expanse of pitch-black darkness. Occasionally, a faint black airflow would blow past, and the space-time would creak. The closer one got to the Black Wind Stream, the denser the black air currents became. The wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves rang out incessantly. Those who did not have a strong state of mind or a strong will would suffer every second here. Supreme Yi, the Black Wind Stream is just ahead. Although Sovereign Lai Hua was a veteran sovereign, he was well aware of his own position. This time, it seemed as though he was the one leading Yi Chen on patrol. However, in the face of unexpected situations, Yi Chen had to take the lead. There was no other reason than that Yi Chen was stronger than him, and he was just an ordinary sovereign. Lai Hua, is there anyone alive in the Black Wind Stream? Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. Sovereign Lai Hua stared blankly for a moment before replying, I don't think so. Even if there were, they would be evil demons that were imprisoned in there in the last 1,000,000 years. The evil demons from 1,000,000 years ago would have long since died in there. Nodding his head, Yi Chen glanced at the black air currents that blew past him. That's good. However, these air currents are not simple. The energy contained within the black air currents was very heterogeneous. Yi Chen had just collected a black air current and wanted to study it. However, he found that it was impossible to study. Once his soul power entered it, it was immediately corroded. When his sword energy entered it, it was also gradually transformed. This black air current seemed to contain a kind of chaotic law, turning all orderly energy into disorderly energy and merging with the black air currents. The black wind of the Black Wind Stream is more terrifying than anything else. Since ancient times, countless evil demons have died in the Black Wind Stream. After these evil demons died, their bodies merged with the Black Wind Stream. As time passed, the Black Wind Stream became a real evil demon graveyard. Even the heavenly law was corroded. Of course, as long as we are careful, there won't be any danger. Otherwise, Zhen Wu would not have sent me here. Sovereign Lai Hua smiled again. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Black Wind Stream. The entrance of the Black Wind Stream was a huge space-time crack. It was like the mouth of a demon with uneven edges. Inside the crack, black air currents roared and rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The two had to enter in order to patrol the Black Wind Stream, because it was inside the space-time. Sovereign Yi, be careful. Don't let go of the Black Wind token. Sovereign Lai Hua took out a black token and poured his Zhen Yuan into it. Instantly, a silver-black halo covered him. Understood. Yi Chen nodded and took out a black token as well. Under the protection of the silver-black halo, the two entered the space-time crack. Whoosh, whoosh. Endless black air currents rushed towards the two like roaring water currents. However, with the silver-black halo, the black air currents seemed to have a life of their own as they went around it. After walking for about 15 minutes, the black air currents around them disappeared. The two arrived in front of a huge canyon where torrential water flowed. This is the black wind stream. Sovereign Lai was slowly let out a breath and said in a leisurely manner. Yichen looked over. The black wind stream was huge, and its height was at least tens of billions of li. In the center of the canyon, a black stream was flowing. Although it was called a stream, it was only relative to the canyon. The width of the stream was at least a few billion li, and its depth was immeasurable. As for the walls of the canyon on both sides, there were countless caves with black smoke coming out of them. These black smoke rose up and converged together, turning into a black curtain that covered the sky. Obviously, the source of the black air currents was the black smoke. However, the black wind stream had a seal, so the black smoke couldn't wreak havoc below. Sovereign Yi, come with me. Supreme Flame brought Yi Chen to the real entrance of the black wind stream, where there was a 3-story building that was 3,000 zhang tall. Each story was exactly 333 zhang tall. This will be our residence from now on. It's a completely different world inside that can satisfy all of our needs. Of course, we have to patrol every once in a while. This is a mission. Sovereign Lai Hu explained. Yichen nodded and asked, how often do we patrol? We have to patrol once a year. The Black Wind token has a record of it, but it's not too troublesome. We only need about a month to patrol, and we still have 11 months to cultivate. Oh, that's fine. Yichen thought that the patrols would be frequent. Since it's our first time here, let's do a patrol first. Sovereign Lai was suggested. Sure. Yichen also wanted to familiarize himself with the situation of the Black Wind Stream. He had a feeling that this was an unfriendly place, and he had to be careful in these 500 years. Follow me. The Lai Hua master flew into the air and started to move along the side of the canyon wall at a moderate speed, checking out the inside of the cave to see if there was anything unusual. Meanwhile, Yichen followed right behind him. There were too many caves on the walls. After a day, the two of them had only checked 1/10 of the caves. No wonder it took them a month or so to finish checking. Chapter 1299. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The two of them had explored the countless caves on one side of the Black Wind Stream and started to patrol the other side. Supreme Yi, are you bored? Seeing that Yichen didn't speak much, Supreme Raging Fire thought that he was bored. Yichen shook his head. It's fresh. Every cave contains rich information. Although the information is messy, there are still some gains. There was no limit to learning. Yichen didn't think that he didn't need to absorb other things after obtaining the essence of the 3 realms sovereign's martial arts. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more he wanted to know. The black smoke emitted from these caves might be evil to Supreme Raging Fire, but to Yichen, the black smoke emitted from each cave was different. For example, some of the black smoke contained a trace of martial arts essence, some contained a trace of personal understanding, and some contained a trace of secret news. One must know that these caves were equivalent to individual prisons, each with an evil sovereign sealed within. Even if the sealed evil sovereign died, there would still be some information left behind. Oh, so it's like this. Supreme Raging Fire shook his head, a trace of worry suddenly appearing on his face. Yichen didn't notice Supreme Raging Fire's expression. His attention was completely focused on the black smoke emitted from the caves. Soon, another week passed. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that I was wrong in the past? Impossible. On this day, a loud roar suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. This roar was countless times louder than thunder from a clear sky, causing the walls to tremble and rubble to tumble down. Supreme Raging Fire's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the roar had shaken his mind to the point that his blood and chi were blocked. Yi Chun was much better than Supreme Raging Fire, but he was still a little frightened. Raging Fire, who's in front? Yi Chun thought that there was still someone in the cave who hadn't died. It's him, Supreme Raging Fire said, with lingering fear. Who is it? Yi Chun looked at Sovereign Lai Hua. Although he wasn't as outstanding as you, Supreme Yi, he wasn't too far off. At that time, he came to the Black Windstream with another supreme martial artist, preparing to complete the patrol mission that happens every 500 years. However, on the 350th year, he suddenly went crazy and killed another supreme martial artist. This matter shocked all the other supreme martial artists, so Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha personally came to capture him. However, no one expected that although Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha could defeat him, they couldn't capture him. Due to the special environment of the Black Windstream, if the battle was too intense, a part of the seal might be destroyed. Therefore, Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha joined hands to cast the seal and sealed him in one of the caves. Yi Chun was puzzled. Crazy? How could he have gone mad? Is this the first time something like this happened? Supreme Yi, to tell you the truth, just like you, he was also studying the information emitted from the black smoke. As time passed, he went crazy. Therefore, it's best that you don't study it anymore. These things are very strange, and human strength is limited. There's no way to integrate all the information. If you forcefully absorb it, it will only cause you to lose your mind and go berserk. After pondering for a while, Supreme Raging Fire decided to warn Yi Chun for his own safety. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take note. Yi Chun sized up Supreme Raging Fire and nodded. Actually, he had already noticed that a lot of the information in the black smoke was very chaotic. This kind of chaos wasn't just the order of the information, but a deeper level of chaos. It should be because it was contaminated by the chaos law. If one forcefully studied it, it would indeed cause the researcher to lose his mind. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Studying the black smoke might make one a madman, but there was also a possibility that one's strength would increase by countless times. Sometimes there was only a thin line between a madman and a genius. Soon, the two of them came to the cave where the roar came from. Supreme Raging Fire had already taken out the Black Wind token to prevent himself from being injured by the roar. Supreme E, be careful. Supreme Crazy Strength is very high. After 100,000 years, his strength might not be any weaker than Supreme True Martial. Supreme Raging Fire said when he saw that Yi Chun didn't take out the Black Wind token. Waving his hand, Yi Chun said, I know what I'm doing. Haha, it's all for naught. It's all for naught. 100,000 years of research was negated by a small discovery just now. Is it really that hard to become a legend rank? Do I, Tu Yuan, really not have the fate of becoming a legend rank? There was no longer a roar coming from the cave. Instead, it was the mumbling of a person. It sounded very normal and logical, not like a madman at all. However, Yi Chun knew that madmen weren't always in a crazy state. Under normal circumstances, they were more normal than anyone else. However, it was precisely because of this that they were extremely threatening, because you wouldn't know when they would go crazy. Perhaps just a simple sentence would cause them to lose control of their emotions. Supreme Yi, let's go. Supreme Raging Fire didn't want to stay here for another second. All right. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just as Yi Chun was about to leave, Sovereign Kwang's voice suddenly came from inside the cave. Is that a new Supreme outside? I can feel that your aura is very unfamiliar. Halting his steps, Yichen replied, Yes, I am Yichen. My name is Tu Yuan. I think you've already heard about me from your companions. Don't be afraid. I'm sealed in this cave by Zhenwu and the Golden Buddha. I can't come out, so I won't be a threat to you. If it's possible, can you help me look at the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream? Supreme Yi, don't listen to him. He's already made one go crazy. Supreme Raging Fire's expression changed drastically. Raging Fire, do you want to die? Sovereign Kuang's voice turned gloomy. Although they couldn't see his face, they could see his cold, emotionless eyes and white teeth. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yichen flatly refused. Then forget it. You can go. Sovereign Kuang's attitude towards Yichen was completely different from his attitude towards Supreme Raging Fire. Of course, Yichen didn't think that it was unintentional. Perhaps he was playing hard to get. When the two left the cave, Supreme Raging Fire's body was already soaked in sweat. He can't come out. Why are you so afraid? Yichen frowned and looked at Supreme Raging Fire. He felt that the other party was a disgrace to Supreme Raging Fire. Supreme Raging Fire didn't notice Yichen's expression. You don't know, but in the past 100,000 years, there were many people who were affected by him and couldn't improve their strength. There was even someone like him who became a madman and committed suicide. The Golden Buddha said that although he was crazy, his martial Dao Yuan Shen was developing in a very strange way. It's best not to get close to him, or you'll be haunted by bad luck. Chapter 1300. After the first patrol mission was completed, the two returned to the 3-story building at the entrance of the Black Wind Stream. Supreme Lai Hu lived on the 2nd floor, while Yichen lived on the 3rd floor. There were many rooms on the 3rd floor, and each room was actually the entrance to a different space. Cultivation space. This space was very mystical. As long as one had enough primordial stones, they could condense a supreme battle avatar at the center of the cultivation space. It was said that this formation was set up by a human demigod, which was why it was so mystical. Of course, once the primordial stones were used up, the Supreme Battle Avatar would disappear. Supreme Battle Avatars, from low to high, were divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 1 to Level 3. Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to ordinary sovereigns. Level 4 to Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to powerful sovereigns, and Level 7 to Level 9 Supreme Battle Avatars corresponded to super sovereigns. Level 1 required 10 million primordial stones. Level 2, 20 million. Level 3, 30 million. Level 4, 100 million. Level 5, 200 million. Level 6, 300 million. Level 7, 1 billion. Level 8, 2 billion. And Level 9, 3 billion. It didn't seem much for sovereigns, but once the primordial stones were used up, the Supreme Battle Avatar would disappear immediately. If they wanted to condense it again, they would have to consume more primordial stones. After a long time, any sovereign wouldn't be able to bear it and would only use it occasionally. After spending 300 million primordial stones, Yichen condensed a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar. In terms of offensive and defensive strength, a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was equivalent to a top-notch sovereign. Of course, in terms of overall strength, a Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was far inferior to a top-notch sovereign. Clang, 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 clang. In the cultivation space, a figure flickered. Countless sparks flew from the Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar, and the crisscrossing sword light almost enveloped it. After a long time, the Level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar automatically dissipated, and Yichen stopped attacking. My current strength should be at the level of a top-notch sovereign, but there's still a big gap between me and a super sovereign. The weakest super sovereign could easily suppress a peak sovereign, and the gap between the two was more than 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, A year had passed. The second patrol began. Supreme Yi, this time, let's each patrol one side. This way, it'll be faster. Supreme Lai was suggested. Okay, sure. Yichen nodded. The black wind stream was heavily sealed, and there was usually no danger. Even if there was danger, the two of them together might not be able to do anything. Just like that, Sovereign Raging Inferno patrolled the left side of the canyon wall, while Yichen patrolled the right side of the canyon wall. The right side of the canyon wall was where Sovereign Kwang was sealed. Once again, he arrived at the cave where the Mad Sovereign was sealed. Young man, I can feel that you want to see me again. Kwang Zun's voice floated out of the cave. Yichen did not hide his inner thoughts and said, I want to know, why did you kill your companion? Why? Ha ha. Kwang Zun laughed out loud. There's no why. If you want to kill them, just kill them. It's very simple. Looks like you're really crazy. It doesn't matter if you're really crazy or pretending to be crazy. As long as you have enough strength, who would dare to say that you're crazy? In this world, strength is the truth. Everything else will change. Perhaps you're right, but it depends on how you get your strength and whether you can control it. Yichen was unmoved. Kwang Zun was silent for a while. You're different from the others. You look gentle on the outside, but you're actually cold on the inside. Even though you're cold, you're not completely emotionless. If I had your mentality back then, I wouldn't have been tempted. New Supreme, if you want to become stronger, you can study this black smoke. Of course, you don't have to study it. With your talent, you can still achieve great things. After saying that, Kwang Zun retracted his aura. Unknowingly, 20 years had passed. The study of the black smoke did not improve Yi Chen's sword skills much, but it did improve Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan Shun. The martial Dao Yuan Shun was like a physical manifestation of a person's essence, qi, and soul. It could ignore the majority of attacks, but it could still inflict damage to the outside world. Yi Chen had a feeling that when the martial Dao Yuan Shun was cultivated to a certain level, it could completely leave the body and survive for a longer time. Amazing! In 20 years, your martial Dao Yuan Shun has grown so much. Kwang Zun's voice came. In the past 20 years, the two would have a conversation every year, and this time was no exception. This is a double-edged sword. If I'm not wrong, your body has already decayed, right? Yichen said slowly. Not yet. Of course, it's close. Since you know it's a double-edged sword, why do you still study it? Kwang Zun asked Yichen. Yichen said, I have a way to overcome it. The black smoke in the black wind stream contained chaotic and negative information. If one used this information to improve the martial Dao Yuan Shen, it would cause the connection between the martial Dao Yuan Shen and the body to split. As time passed, the body would gradually decay, and it would be difficult to recover. What way? Kwang Zun's voice was slightly louder. Raise your martial Dao will to the 9th level. I've thought of that before, but it's not practical. That's because you have to improve your will before your fleshly body decays. If your fleshly body is already decaying, your will is strong and your Yuan Shun is strong. Losing your fleshly body means nothing. So, only I can overcome this method. Yichen did not tell Kwang Zun why he could overcome it. It was because he had the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent. The two sword intents resonated, allowing him to improve faster. He was confident that he could advance his sword intent before his body decayed. Day after day, year after year, Yichen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, and his martial Dao Yuan Shun improved at a rapid pace. Gradually, Yichen noticed that his martial Dao Yuan Shun was becoming more tangible, and its color was turning dark green. Seems like I'm getting closer to the bottleneck. Yichen thought to himself. One day, Yichen's body felt like it was being electrocuted, and he felt weak. In the next second, his martial Dao Yuan Shen floated out uncontrollably. The martial Dao Yuan Shen shone brightly, and waves of terrifying pressure spread out. Then, the martial Dao Yuan Shen's color darkened, turning from dark green to bronze. The bronze light shone, and even the rules of heaven and earth rippled, as if they were twisting. This was the sign of breaking the limit of heaven and earth. Omniscient nature. With a thought, Yi Chun instinctively performed the omniscient nature. The omniscient nature that only had 1,000,000 transformations in the past had finally surpassed this limit, and it was moving towards countless transformations. Of course, compared to the real Three Realms Killing Fist, it was still many times weaker. The Three Realms Killing Fist had reached the level of simplification. Bronze Martial Dao Yuan Shun complete. Chapter 1301. If martial skills will and domain were the software of a person, then essence, chi, and soul were the hardware of a person, and martial Dao Yuan spirit was the perfect embodiment of essence, chi, and soul. To surpass the limit of heavenly Dao, software alone was not enough. One's hardware had to keep up as well. For example, even if an ordinary life and death king had the knowledge of a supreme martial skill, he wouldn't be able to fully display it. If he were to do so, his entire body would be devoured by the martial skill, and he would die. Yi Chun had obtained the essence of the Three Realms Sovereign's martial skills, but he didn't know anything about martial Dao Yuan spirit. Therefore, he had always thought that as long as he slowly cultivated, boundless nature would surpass the limit of heavenly Dao sooner or later. But now that he thought about it, he realized that he was indeed wrong. Perhaps the martial Dao Yuan spirit of the Three Realms Sovereign had long surpassed bronze grade and reached silver grade. As for the gold martial Dao Yuan spirit, according to the records, once it reached this grade, one would not be far from becoming a true god. Of course, there were still some differences between Yi Chen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit and ordinary bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit. Yi Chen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit was filled with some black threads, which gave off a strange aura. Seems like only the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent can cut these black threads at the 9th step. Yi Chen's brows creased. He didn't regret studying the black smoke. If not for it, it would have taken him thousands of years of accumulation to raise his martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade. Among humans, only true Martial Supreme and Golden Buddha Supreme had bronze grade martial Dao Yuan spirits. The others were far from it. Unbelievable! You raised your martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade in such a short time. How did you do it? During another patrol, Kwang Zun discovered Yi Chen's abnormality. Luck. Yi Chen said, "No, this is definitely not luck. The information is chaotic and complicated. Luck alone can't do anything." Letting out a sigh, Kwang Zun said, "The Yuan martial spirit is the foundation of a person. It can even be said to be our second life. The further you go, the more important the Yuan martial spirit becomes. However, you've only just started. In terms of quality, your bronze Yuan martial spirit is 100 times worse than mine. If you want to continue improving, the ordinary black smoke will be useless. Only the black smoke in the cave can help you improve." "You're trying to tempt me down," Yi Chen said directly. "Yes or no, you decide for yourself." Venerable Kwang did not say another word. After taking a deep look at the cave, Yi Chen could vaguely see a green shadow sitting in the cave after his martial primordial spirit reached the bronze level. Cultivation space. Yi Chen could easily suppress a 6th grade sovereign battle puppet, and his strength was improving at a godly speed. When the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet disappeared, Yi Chen formed a 7th grade sovereign battle puppet. In terms of offense and defense, the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet was equivalent to a slightly weaker supreme. A powerful supreme would definitely be in danger if they were hit head-on. Even the current Yi Chen didn't dare to underestimate it. He had to be cautious. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of air exploded, and sword rays crisscrossed. Yi Chen shuttled around the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet, swinging the brilliant divine sword at it from time to time. The 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack was the same as the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack. It was simpler, but the increase in power was terrifying. A simple punch could create a space-time storm, dissipating everything. Retreat. Using the boundless nature, Yi Chen's sword struck the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's chest, sending it flying. Of course, it was impossible to shatter it. In a battle of the same level, it was difficult to kill the opponent, even if the opponent was 1,000 times stronger. For example, if the Earth Demon Sovereign wanted to kill the Golden Buddha Supreme, he couldn't do it himself, so he could only rely on the power of the Saint Weapon. 1 sword, 2 swords. After gaining the upper hand, Yi Chen didn't give the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet any chance. He kept attacking it until it ran out of energy and dissipated. My current strength should be equivalent to a slightly weaker Supreme. If he didn't have a 7th grade Supreme battle puppet, it would be hard for him to know what level he was at. However, he was clear that although he was a lot stronger than a 7th grade Supreme battle puppet, the battle puppet's overall strength was much weaker than a living Supreme being. A true Supreme being had many more tricks up their sleeves. Time to patrol again. For a Supreme, a year had passed too quickly. In the state of cultivation, one wouldn't even notice the passing of time. Should I take a trip to the cave? An idea popped up in Yi Chen's mind. The Black Wind Stream was divided into 2 parts. One part was the walls of the Black Wind Stream, and the other part was the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream. In fact, they didn't need to patrol the cave. If there was anything strange, they could just report it to the true Martial Supreme. No wonder so many Supreme were affected by Lord Mad after coming in. Their strength couldn't improve, and some even went crazy. The willpower of Supremes was very strong, and it was hard for them to be tempted. There was only one way to tempt them, and that was strength. Yi Chen didn't know what the consequences of entering the cave would be, but he was very clear that he had already been affected by Mad Sovereign. On the small side, as long as he didn't enter the cave, Mad Sovereign's influence would be useless. On the big side, his willpower would be shaken, which would be fatal. Shaking his head, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed like his state of mind wasn't strong enough. With his current realm, he definitely couldn't go to the cave. The risk was too great. There would come a day when he would have no choice but to go. Your willpower is stronger than I thought. The stronger your willpower, the lower the risk of entering the cave. This time, Lord Mad only said one sentence to Yi Chen. Another year had passed. Lord Mad didn't say anything, but Yi Chen could feel that Lord Mad's eyes had become much colder. I really can't go to the cave. Sighing, Yi Chen left. In the years that followed, Yi Chen and Lord Mad didn't talk at all. Yi Chen also gave up on the idea of entering the cave. It was the 50th year since he entered the Black Wind Stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the Black Wind Stream. Black whirlwinds howled. The entire place was covered in a thick black fog, and one couldn't even see their fingers. On the 3rd floor of the building, Yi Chen sensed something. He quickly left the training space and went outside the building. What's going on? Without any hesitation, Yi Chen crushed the Black Wind token in his hand. Once the Black Wind token was broken, Supreme True Martial would immediately know that something big had happened in the Black Wind Stream. With his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to get here. Suddenly, a cold light flashed on Yi Chen's right, and it shot towards Yi Chen. Clang! Yi Chen immediately pulled out the brilliant divine sword and blocked the attack. Supreme Fire, it's you. Yi Chen squinted his eyes and stared at Supreme Fire, who was exposed in the black fog. I'm not some Supreme Fire. The real Supreme Fire has been eaten by me. Supreme Fire's body and aura changed, and he turned into a strange Supreme. His flesh and blood were very strange. They were in a translucent state, as if they were made of jelly. At the end of the black windstream, there was a powerful aura that was breaking free. Now, there was a strange Supreme in front of him. Yi Chen suddenly understood. Chapter 1302. If the true martial sovereign or the gold Buddha sovereign were here, they would definitely recognize that this Supreme with a jelly-like body belonged to a very powerful and rare bloodline of the demons called the 100 Faces Demon. The 100 Faces Demon was even rarer than the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess bloodlines. It was even similar to the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Although the 100 Faces Demon Man wasn't as powerful as the Great Demon King's bloodline, he had a unique talent. He could change the appearance of the person he ate, and even his aura, memory, and soul were exactly the same, without any flaws. Within the same level, the 100 Faces Demon Man's identity would almost never be seen through. This was also the main reason why Supreme Raging Fire could hide from Supreme True Martial and sneak into the black windstream. Yi Chen naturally didn't know what bloodline the opponent had, but the demonic aura he emitted revealed his race identity. Obviously, he was from the demons. Yi Chen, you are very good. If you join us, the demons in the future, when the demons unify the entire universe, the human race will be under your control. Flawless Demon Sovereign smiled and suggested. Yi Chen said coldly, this kind of temptation has no effect on me. You don't need to use this to stall for time. Stall for time? Hee, I am not the Laihua Sovereign, and you are not the true martial sovereign or the gold Buddha sovereign. Do you think I need to stall you? The corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth curled up as he mocked. Yes or no, you will know after you try. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and even his soul power was affected. Yi Chen tightened his grip on the Huang godly sword and opened his holy netherworld eye to lock on the opponent's position. The smile on the corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth gradually disappeared. Whoosh! The black fog was pushed away, and Flawless Demon Sovereign instantly appeared on the right side of Yi Chen. The dagger in his hand turned into a poisonous snake that stabbed towards Yi Chen's heart. His body flashed. Yi Chen easily dodged this attack, and then slashed out with his sword. A blinding sword light exploded. Flawless Demon Sovereign realized that he could not dodge this sword no matter what. This sword had already sealed all his escape routes. Even time and space were locked. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as Flawless Demon Venerable was blown away. His right arm was twisted in a weird way. At the critical moment, he used his dagger to block the sword, but the angle was a bit off, and he couldn't even exert a tenth of his strength. You're a super supreme being? Flawless Demon Sovereign looked at Yi Chen hesitantly. Yi Chen didn't reply. Instead, he attacked with a 5 elements slash. So what if you're a supreme being? I'm one too. Flawless Demon Sovereign roared. He waved his dagger, and a crystal lotus formed by chi blocked the 5-colored sword chi. Kalala! Broken crystals splashed everywhere, and the crystal lotus was cut open. The 5-colored sword chi left a shallow sword mark on Flawless Demon Venerable's chest. There were strong and weak supremes. It was obvious that Flawless Demon Sovereign was weaker than Yi Chen in terms of strength. Damn it! Flawless Demon Sovereign didn't expect Yi Chen's progress to be this fast. Before entering the black windstream, he had inquired about Yi Chen's strength. He knew that Yi Chen's strength was at most a peak powerful sovereign. Omniscient nature. Seeing that the five elements / couldn't hit Flawless Demon Sovereign directly, Yi Chen's sword aura changed. Omniscient Nature, which had the most variations, was used. Ever since his Yuan spirit reached the bronze level, Yi Chen's Omniscient Nature had almost infinite variations. How could Flawless Demon Sovereign block it? His body was hit by hundreds and thousands of sword attacks. Even the supreme armor couldn't defend against it. The destructive sword intent invaded his body. The next second, beams of sword light shot out of his body like a huge porcupine. Bastard, break! Flawless Demon Sovereign crazily operated his demon art to force the destructive sword intent out of his body. Flawless Thousand Snakes pierced the heart. The dagger in Flawless Demon Sovereign's hand turned into a black, poisonous snake. He loosened his hand, and the black, poisonous snake flew out. Along the way, it turned into millions of different poisonous snakes. Each of them went for Yi Chen's weak point, as if they had a mind of their own. Yi Chen could tell that this attack contained the profound of yin and yang, as well as the profound of poison. As long as he was hit, he wouldn't feel good. Five-colored sword light filled the air. Yi Chen was surrounded by a five-colored light ball. Five elements sword art rise to fall. Swoosh, swoosh. No matter how many poisonous snakes there were, they couldn't break through the five-colored light ball. Instead, they disappeared automatically. Death cut. Suddenly, the five-colored light ball merged into his body. Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. Millions of sword shadows spread out, stacking up the space and time like it was being cut into millions of pieces. Run! Flawless Demon Sovereign was shocked. In terms of offense and defense, he could barely be considered a supreme. But in terms of battle techniques, he was much weaker than Yi Chen. A wave of blood splashed out. It was the blood left behind by Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign flew towards the end of the black wind stream. Yi Chen thought about it and chased after him. There was still some time before Supreme True Marshal arrived. The black wind token had been crushed, so he couldn't get out. It was better to go and see what was going on first. The closer he got to the end of the stream, the thicker the black mist became. It was like water making people uncomfortable. Using the Netherworld Sacred Eye, Yi Chen followed closely behind Flawless Demon Sovereign. Vaguely, Yi Chen saw a huge shadow at the end of the stream. It was faint silver in color. Martial Path Yuan Shun. Yi Chen was shocked. Martial Yuan spirits were divided into three levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Once one's martial Yuan spirit reached the silver level, one would basically be at the level of a legendary paragon. He was definitely not a match for him, although his opponent's martial Yuan spirit was dim and seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. A silver Yuan spirit was still a silver Yuan spirit. It was far inferior to a bronze Yuan spirit. Luckily, Yi Chen also saw the chains that locked the silver martial path Yuan Shun. The chains extended all the way to the cave at the end of the black wind stream, making clanking sounds. I should have known that there must be living people in the black wind stream. Although their bodies have decayed, their martial path Yuan Shun has survived for at least 1,000,000 years. Yi Chen's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he caught up with Flawless Demon Sovereign. Crackle! A golden lightning shot out from his eyes and hit Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign staggered, feeling dizzy. The Netherworld Sacred Eye combined with the soul attack had shocking destructive power. Flawless Demon Sovereign's speed couldn't help but slow down. Yi Chen, you are courting death. Flawless Demon Sovereign was furious. The opponent clearly knew that the end of the black wind stream was a forbidden area, but he still dared to chase. Yi Chen sneered. His body emitted a bronze light as he slashed at Flawless Demon Sovereign with all his strength. Clang! This sword was blocked by someone. It wasn't unblemished demon venerable, but a giant silver hand that reached out from the black mist. The sword light in his hand was like a mudfish that was trying its best to crawl in, but it couldn't break free. Pa! The sword light was crushed, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded. How many years has it been? A junior actually dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Is this the power of a silver martial path, Yuan Shun? Yi Chen's pupils shrunk to a point as he quickly stopped. Chapter 1303. Seeing the silver hand crush Yi Chen's attack, unblemished Demon Emperor's face flashed with joy. He cupped his hands in the direction of the silver hand and said, "Congratulations, Sky Master, for leaving the cave. This is all thanks to the 10,000 demon blood crystal you brought. Sadly, there was only one. If there was one more, it could melt the seal on me." The voice in the black mist said. Unblemished Demon Emperor smiled, awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer. The 10,000 demon blood crystal was the most valuable treasure of the demons. It was as precious as a supreme. Right now, the demons only had one. If the rescue failed, the demons would suffer a great loss. Sky Master, this kid is a rare genius of the human race. If we take him back, we can make the human race hesitate. Unblemished Demon Emperor suggested to the figure in the black mist. You are right. Clatter. The sound of iron chains rubbing against each other was heard. The black mist was pushed aside, and a 20-meter-tall silver figure appeared in front of Yi Chun, an unblemished Demon Emperor. It was a terrifying demon that seemed to be made of silver. Its eyes shone with green light. If one looked closely, they would see that it didn't have a physical body. The body in front of them was a highly concentrated martial path Yuan spirit. There were a total of 9 chains on his body. There was one on his head, one on each shoulder, one on each arm and leg, and 2 on his spine. The 9 chains were like 9 poisonous snakes, deeply piercing into his body. The other end of the chains was connected to a metal ball. The metal ball was engraved with countless runes, each the size of an ant. As soon as this demon appeared, one of its eyes locked onto unblemished Demon Emperor, and the other locked onto Yi Chun. It was very strange. 100 transformation Demon Emperor. How rare. There weren't any in my era. The left eye shifted its gaze away from flawless demon sovereign and focused all of its attention on Yi Chun. The invisible pressure increased. Yi Chun felt like there was an ancient mountain pressing down on him. It was hard to even move a finger. I have to wait for true Martial Supreme to come. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun calmed himself down. Even though this martial Yuan spirit was an antique, true Martial Supreme had a saint item, so he wasn't afraid of it. Who are you? Yi Chun asked calmly. The demon laughed out loud. Based on your soul aura, you are indeed less than 1,000 years old. You are a genius, and you have the right to know my name. Remember, I am Celestial Venerable Rot Demon. Now, follow me. As he spoke, Empyrean Corrupt Devil waved his hand. His right hand was like a 5-fingered mountain that enveloped Yi Chun. 5 elements slash. Yi Chun bellowed, and the 5-colored sword Qi slashed towards his opponent. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. His opponent's right hand was many times tougher than Yi Chun had imagined. The 5 elements slash could not break through his opponent's defense at all, not even leaving a white mark. If it was any other enemy, even if Yi Chun couldn't beat them, he was confident he could avoid the first strike. But Empyrean Corrupt Devil's simple wave contained profound mysteries that couldn't be dodged at all. Yi Chun knew that the gap between the two of them was too big, so big that he couldn't use battle skills to make up for it. Just as Yi Chun was about to be grabbed, the surging 5-colored sword light spread out, turning into a giant 5-colored ball of light. The silver hand entered the range of the five-colored sword light, and its speed and power dropped by a lot. It was like it was stuck in a swamp. Interesting. Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil didn't mind it at all. He slightly increased the power in his right hand. Immediately, the five-colored sword light was distorted, and the five-colored light sphere was compressed again and again. Eventually, it turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 30 meters. The huge sphere wrapped around Yi Chen, and the silver hand was about to withdraw. "Monster, let go!" At that critical moment, a bronze light pierced through the silver hand. "Who is it?" Empyrean Corrupt Devil raised his head and looked into the depths of the black mist. Unblemished demon, Lord seemed to think of something, and his face was a little nervous. A black hole appeared in the black mist, and a burly middle-aged man, more than 15 feet tall, came out. He held a bronze mace in his hand, and a vast power was emitting from it. Supreme True Marshal. Seeing that it was Supreme True Marshal, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Supreme True Marshal was a peak supreme, and he also had a divine weapon. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a silver martial path Yuan spirit. "Yi Chen, are you okay? What happened?" Supreme True Marshal looked at Yi Chen. He still valued Yi Chen a lot. The human race was at an absolute disadvantage now, and they needed to rely on a genius like Yi Chen to turn the tide. What they had lost now, they would get back one day. Supreme Raging Fire is the transformation of supreme demons. He used the 10,000 demon blood crystal to release this demon, and this demon is Supreme Corrupt Devil. Be careful! Yi Chen retreated behind Supreme True Marshal and warned. Supreme Corrupt Devil. Supreme True Marshal was deep in thought. On the other side, Unblemished Demon, Lord said to Supreme Corrupt Devil, "Supreme, this is the #1 Supreme of the human race, Supreme True Marshal. He has a divine weapon, the True Marshal Divine Mace." Supreme Corrupt Devil was still brooding over the fact that his right hand had just been pierced. 2 million years have passed, and a little Supreme has become the #1 Supreme of the human race. It seems that the human race isn't having a good time, but your divine weapon is very sharp. It's a waste to have it in your hands. Come here. Facing Yi Chen, Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil had only used 30 to 40% of his strength, but now he brought out more than 90% of his strength. With him as the center, a silver-white radiance erupted. Amidst the endless radiance, a fist punched out, corroding space-time. The fist speed was astonishing. Supreme Corrupt Devil, the legendary supreme of demons from 2 million years ago. So it's him. Supreme True Marshal was knowledgeable, so he quickly learned who Supreme Corrupt Devil was. Of course, even if he knew, Supreme True Marshal wasn't afraid. Right now, his opponent was in a martial path Yuan Shen state and was sealed. He could only use 30 to 40% of his power. Plus, after being sealed for so many years, his essence, energy, and soul must have been worn down. More importantly, he had a divine weapon. With a divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of his opponent. Clang! Supreme True Marshal's mace broke the opponent's fist. He didn't retreat a single step. Eat my corrosive god fist. Supreme Corrupt Devil's right hand turned from silver to pure green. Wherever the green fist passed, green slime dripped down, corroding the ground of the black wind stream. In addition, the green fist wind rushed towards Supreme True Marshal, as well as Yi Chen, who was behind Supreme True Marshal. What a powerful fist technique! Yi Chen was startled. Heavenly Venerable Decay Devil's corrosive god fist was certainly inferior to the 3 realms killing fist, but the gap was not too big. The fist energy of this fist transformed into poisonous gas that could corrode all living things in the world, including yin and yang. World tribulation. Supreme True Marshal didn't dare to be careless in the face of Supreme Corrupt Devil's all-out fist. He used the sixth of the True Marshal Seven Calamities, the four profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind fused together to form the light of primal chaos. It had the power to destroy the world and rebuild the universe. Chapter 1304. Pop, 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 pop. There was no earth-shattering sound, but one could see green bubbles and turbid bubbles in the black mist. When the two bubbles collided, they immediately disappeared. Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil was no match for the power of the True Marshal Divine Truncheon, and he was sent flying. His body was riddled with holes like a piece of cheese on fire. True Marshal Supreme, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back. He had the upper hand. Damn it! Empyrean Corrupt Devil's face was unsightly. 2 million years had passed, and he had long since forgotten about the power of a saint item. But now, the True Marshal Divine Swordbreaker showed him that a saint item was indeed a saint item, and that it could help its wielder fight beyond realms. Human calamity tribulation. True Marshal Supreme gained the upper hand in one move, and he followed up with the 5th of the True Marshal 7 Calamities, the Man Calamity Tribulation. In a flash, True Marshal Supreme split into 4, and the 4 figures surrounded Corrupt Devil Holy Master. Each True Marshal Supreme was using his full strength, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood in his attacks. They attacked Corrupt Devil Holy Master in the center. Sky corrosion. Empyrean Rotten Demon roared out loud. He punched upwards and then punched downwards. In the next moment, green shock waves superimposed over each other, forming a green nebula that enveloped him. Supreme True Marshal's attack landed on the nebula, emitting crackling sounds. Soon, the nebula was riddled with holes. A bronze light pierced through the nebula, piercing through Empyrean Rotten Devil's chest. Junior, one day I will make you wish you were dead. Knowing that he couldn't beat True Marshal Supreme, Heavenly Master Rot Devil's body suddenly turned into a silver storm that swept unblemished Demon Sovereign inside. Along the way, the black mist was pushed away, blocking True Marshal Supreme's vision. Yichen, you stay here. How could True Marshal Supreme let Heavenly Master Rot Devil escape from the black wind stream? Once he did, it would be a disaster for the human race. True Marshal Supreme pushed his true yuan to the limit, and the stars around him flickered. Whoosh! He shot toward the silver storm like an arrow piercing through the clouds. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the black wind stream. Boom! Even from far away, Yi Chun could hear the sound of the collision. When Yi Chun rushed over, only Supreme Marshal was left at the entrance. Corrupt Heavenly Master and Flawless Demon Master had disappeared without a trace. Supreme True Marshal said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect the black wind stream to be in trouble while I was in charge. I also have to take half of the responsibility. If Yi Chun insisted on patrolling the black wind stream with Sovereign Inferno, it wouldn't be so easy for the other party to release Empyrean Rot Devil. Of course, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Unless Yi Chun was always by Sovereign Inferno's side, the other party would still have a way to release Empyrean Rot Devil." Supreme True Marshal waved his hand. "This has nothing to do with you. I was careless. It's a pity that I didn't kill that 100 Faces demon." For Supreme True Marshal, the 100 Faces demon was a bigger threat than Corrupt Devil. The seal on Corrupt Devil's body hadn't been removed, and he had been hit several times by the True Marshal Divine Mace. His strength had been reduced by many folds. Even with the help of treasures, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. But the 100 Faces demon was different. He could change the appearance and aura of the person he ate. If he mixed in with the supreme of the human clan, the barbarian clan, or the giant clan, the chaos would be even more terrible. Then what should we do next? Yi Chen could feel supreme, true Martial's pressure. The great war between humans and demonic beasts was imminent, and now a corrupt devil heavenly sovereign and 100 transformation demon man had appeared, adding snow to the human race. As the pillar of the human race, supreme, true Martial had to withstand the pressure. No matter how anxious he was, he had to maintain his composure, lest he infect others. Different situations call for different actions. Continue to patrol the Black Wind Stream. You'll be fine alone, right? Supreme, true Martial let out a breath and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's good that there are no problems. In this period of time, you cultivate well. Leave the rest to me." With these words, Supreme True Martial took out a Black Wind token and handed it over. Before leaving, Supreme True Martial told Yi Chen not to talk too much with Mad Lord and not to enter the cave. Even if he did enter, he shouldn't go too deep. There were many unknown dangers. The cave? Supreme True Martial's words made Yi Chen think. Although Supreme True Martial reminded him not to enter the cave, he didn't forbid him from doing so. Outside the Black Wind Stream, Supreme True Martial thought to himself, "Both Supreme Golden Buddha and I have entered the cave. Although it's dangerous, and we might become the second Mad Lord, it's also an opportunity. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha sighed. Mad Lord had become like this because he was too eager for success. If he had been more careful and didn't go too deep into the cave, he would have been able to resist the temptation. Even if he wasn't as strong as he was now, he wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, the days in the Black Wind Stream weren't boring. As usual, Yi Chen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, trying to improve his bronze martial yuanshen. After decades of observation, Yi Chen found that the closer the cave to the entrance of the Black Wind Stream, the lower the strength of the sealed demons. Of course, these demons were long dead, leaving behind only a wisp of demonic aura. The cave where Mad Lord was sealed was in the middle of the Black Wind Stream. It wasn't too strong, only at the level of a Super Supreme. In the caves behind him, there were some caves that emitted black smoke that made Yi Chen's heart palpitate, not to mention the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream. There should be a powerful legendary supreme in the cave. Yi Chen guessed. Soon, another 20 years passed. In the cultivation space, Yi Chen was fighting with the Level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet. The Level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet was equivalent to a mid-level Super Supreme. In the process of fighting, Yi Chen gradually realized what he was lacking. The biggest one was naturally his physical defense, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't the Golden Buddha Supreme. The Golden Buddha, Supreme's Golden Body 9 refinement stage, allowed him to ignore most attacks. Only a saint weapon could deal fatal damage to him. A body refinement stage cultivates body refinement martial arts with twice the results with half the effort. But if I create my own sword body, it won't be too far off. An ordinary sword body was nothing to a sovereign. For example, the bronze sword body or the platinum sword body. These sword bodies were just special abilities that came with cultivation techniques. Yi Chen wanted to create a sword body similar to the Golden Body 9 refinement stage. Of course, he had to take things one step at a time. In the beginning, he only needed to create a prototype, and he would gradually perfect it in the future. To create a powerful sword body, Yi Chen relied on nothing but the body refinement information contained in the black smoke. With the countless body refinement information and Yi Chen's own accumulation, he had a certain degree of confidence. Chapter 1305. Clang, 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 this was a world of swords. Countless swords were stabbed into the ground, and countless swords floated in the air. There were big and small swords. The small ones were like daggers, the big ones were like mountains, and the big ones were like giant dragons. The auras of the swords were also different. Some were cold, some righteous, some domineering, some untamed, and some low-key. These swords were all from Yi Chen's collection. From low-grade swords to emperor-grade swords, there were everything, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Sitting in the center of the countless swords, Yi Chen closed his eyes, and his body naturally emitted sharp sword qi. Gradually, the sword qi coordinated with Yi Chen's breathing, expanding and contracting as if it had a spirit of its own. I have the immortal sword soul, and my soul has the immortal attribute. If I can make my body also have the immortal attribute and refine it into a sword body, the limit of this sword body will be able to match the golden body 9 transformations in the future, or even surpass it. A sword body couldn't be created just because one wanted it to be, but before one created it, one had to have a concept of whether the limit of the sword body was big enough, and whether there was a possibility of success. Who? The sound of Yi Chen's breathing wasn't loud, but the movement it caused was not small at all. With Yi Chen as the center, a tide spread out, and as the power of the tide swept out, countless swords in the sky and on the ground trembled, as if something was about to break out of the swords. I will forge my body with immortality, condense. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and sword light shot out in all directions. His eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. The moment Yi Chen opened his eyes, countless sword shadows shot towards Yi Chen from all directions. These sword shadows were not physical, but were the essence of the countless swords in the surroundings. It was like the essence, qi, and spirit of ordinary cultivators, or the martial arts yuan spirit of a paragon. The essence of a sword was extremely important. If a sword was damaged, it could be repaired, but if the essence was damaged, then it would be difficult to repair. If all the essence was lost, then the sword would become a pile of scrap metal. As the sword essence entered his body, the surface of Yi Chen's skin blossomed with a cold light like steel that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. When all the sword essence entered his body, Yi Chen involuntarily floated up. The shadow of a huge sword enveloped Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura reached its peak, containing the charm of piercing through the heavens and severing time and space. Buzz. 1, 2, 3. 3 ancient sword marks flashed across Yi Chen's body and disappeared into his body. Gently landing on the ground, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "This is too amazing." It was clearly a sword body that I created, but the development after that was beyond my expectations. It naturally contains sword marks. 3 sword marks. It should be the 3rd level of the immortal sword body. This sword body that Yi Chen created was called the immortal sword body. Originally, Yi Chen was still pondering how to divide the immortal sword body into levels. He didn't expect that the immortal sword body would naturally contain sword marks, which saved him a lot of trouble. As for why the immortal sword body needed to absorb the sword essence, it was mainly because Yi Chen wasn't a supreme body refiner, so his physical body wasn't strong enough. Only with enough sword essence could he have enough endurance. Otherwise, the immortal sword body wouldn't be able to continue to develop. If he wanted to have the best of both worlds, he had to have some tricks. Raising the index and middle fingers of his right hand, Yi Chen pointed a sword finger at his arm. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen's arm was extremely hard, as if it was made of gold and iron. But then Yi Chen exerted a little force, and a mark was still left on his arm, causing blood to flow. Rice should be eaten bite by bite. Yi Chen was already very satisfied with the defensive effect of the 3rd level of the immortal sword body. After all, The third level couldn't be compared to the seventh or eighth level of the 9 turns golden body. Days passed, and a year later, Yi Chen barely cultivated the immortal sword body to the peak of the third level. It's too difficult. I didn't expect that creating a body refining martial art would be so much more difficult than creating a supreme martial art. That's right, as long as one's perception is high, creating a supreme martial art isn't difficult. But to create a body refining martial art, one needs enough knowledge, which is not enough to rely on perception. Do I have to enter the cave? Yi Chen frowned. Forget it. I still haven't understood the black smoke outside, so I'm not in a hurry. Yi Chen decided to think about it a little more. Just like that, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Yi Chen's immortal sword body reached the peak of the 4th level. 10 years later, the immortal sword body reached the 5th level. The 5th level of the immortal sword body could already resist the attack of a grade 5 supreme puppet of battle. The starting point of the immortal sword body was very high. The first level could resist the attack of a grade 1 supreme puppet of battle. The second level could resist the attack of a grade 2 supreme puppet of battle. And the 5th level could resist the attack of a grade 5 supreme puppet of battle. Of course, whether it was the 9 turns golden body or the immortal sword body, one had to wear the supreme armor to resist the attack. Only with the supreme armor could one resist the attack. Looks like I have to go to the cave. At the 5th level of the immortal sword body, it was hard to move forward. Yi Chen clearly knew that this was a cognitive barrier, and it was very easy to break it, which was to obtain more knowledge. On this day, Yi Chen finished patrolling the caves on both sides of the Black Wind Stream and flew toward the end of the stream. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the end of the Black Wind Stream. There was a black vortex here, and endless black smoke was surging out of it. The information was very chaotic. Yi Chen studied it for a while, and his head was swollen. There was too much information, and it was as if the knowledge of countless people had been mixed together and stirred violently. It was impossible for him to study it even if he wanted to. After a slight hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flashed, and he plunged into the black vortex. It was as if he had gone from light to darkness. Yi Chen felt that he had come to another world, another universe. It was not pitch black, but rather a dim world. He couldn't feel the existence of the heavenly Tao law, and there was only nothingness and silence, a deathly silence that could make people panic. After walking for a long time, Yi Chen came to a dark valley. There were not many caves in the valley, and black smoke was surging out of these caves. What a thick smoke! Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. This black smoke was more than 10 times thicker than the black smoke outside, and some were even 100 times thicker. It was like a long black dragon roaming around. Based on the principle of proximity, Yi Chen began to study the black smoke closest to him. The black smoke contained a lot of information, but it was a pity that there were many gaps in it. It was likely that the existence sealed in these caves had died for too long, and even the information had begun to fade. Even so, the information left behind by the legendary Supremes was terrifying. The life of every legendary Supremes was a legendary history, and it would take more than 100 years to finish. 1. 2. Yi Chen was only interested in the body refinement information and martial Dao Yuan Xin information. He chose to ignore the rest. However, the information was too chaotic, and Yi Chen more or less absorbed a lot of useless information. This information contained a demonic nature, as if there was a voice telling something in Yi Chen's heart. Almost there, Yi Chen maintained a clear mind at all times. He didn't want to become a madman like Sovereign Quang. Chapter 1306. Every time he entered the cave, he would leave at the right time. He would never stay a second longer just because he was in high spirits. This time, it was a quarter, And the next time, it would be 2/4. He believed that it would not happen in a day for the Mad Lord to go from normal to crazy. After all, it would take more than a day for the Mad Lord to go crazy. The black smoke in the cavern contained much more information than the outside world. One wisp of black smoke was equivalent to thousands of wisps of smoke in the outside world. Moreover, the information was deeper and closer to the essence. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 5th level from the early stage. At the 5th layer of the immortal sword body, the sword energy would be consumed very quickly when resisting the attacks of a 5th grade sovereign battle puppet. At the 5th layer, the sword energy would be several times better than at the middle stage, and at the late stage, it would be several times better. At the peak stage, it would be hundreds of times better than at the early stage. But what made Yi Chen smile bitterly was that the peak of the 5th level of the immortal sword body was close to Yi Chen's limit. If he wanted to continue, he would need to absorb more sword essences or improve his spirit body greatly. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the peak of the 5th level forever. Absorb the sword essence of the Huang Divine Sword. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. The sword essence of a supreme sword was undoubtedly much more condensed. One sword could surpass the countless sword essences he had absorbed before. No, there aren't many supreme swords in the human race. Absorbing one is one less. Let's wait until I can forge a supreme sword. In the beginning, Yi Chen planned to win by quantity. Although the immortal sword body could not be improved any further, Yi Chen did not give up on studying this information. As long as he accumulated enough information, it would be even more powerful in the future. At the same time, Yi Chen began to focus on improving his martial Yuan Shun. One was internal, while the other was external, both equally important. There are more and more black threads. After entering the cavern, Yi Chen's martial Yuan Shun improved rapidly from the early bronze stage to the middle bronze stage. One should know that the improvement of the martial Yuan Shun was the most difficult. It needed time to settle. The true martial supreme and the golden Buddha supreme were the pillars of the human race, but their martial Yuan Shun was only at the bronze level. Of course, as the martial path Yuan Shun improved rapidly, more and more black threads appeared on it. They looked like the meridians of the martial path Yuan Shun, but they also looked like a huge net that bound the martial path Yuan Shun. Yi Chen tried to analyze these black strands and found that they were extremely intelligent and not under his control. Yi Chen guessed that these black strands should be a heterogeneous primordial martial spirit. Once the heterogeneous primordial martial spirits were strong enough, Yi Chen's own primordial martial spirit would gradually be replaced by them. At that time, Yi Chen would no longer be the real Yi Chen, but a completely different Yi Chen. Find a way to let me out. I can upgrade your martial primordial spirit to the silver level. For the past few days, a voice had been lingering in his mind. A silver martial Tao primordial spirit. Even a legendary sovereign might not be able to possess one. With a silver martial Tao Yuan spirit, it's easy for you to live for a few million years. Such a long time is enough for you to become a demigod. Without my help, it'll take you at least 100,000 years to upgrade your martial Tao Yuan spirit to the silver level, maybe even longer. Noisy. Yi Chen's response was simple. He used the destruction sword will to kill the heterogeneous primordial spirit. Every time a heterogeneous primordial spirit appeared, he would kill it. Fortunately, he had the 8th rank destruction sword will. On this day, 2 guests came to the Black Wind Stream, Supreme Xuanhe and Supreme Ananda. They were the disciples of Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha, respectively. They were also the ones who made Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha feel the most at ease. They had been patrolling the Black Wind stream many times. Supreme Yi, Master asked us to replace you. Supreme Xuanhe explained the purpose of their visit. Supreme Ananda put his palms together and said, Supreme Yi, if you want to come in the future, you can go to the Supreme Pavilion and summon Marshal Uncle True Marshal. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Yi Chen nodded. He was planning to leave the Black Wind stream. The immortal sword body needed more sword essences to upgrade. After leaving the Black Wind stream, Yi Chen didn't go to the 9 Revolution Stars Tiantian continent. Instead, he went to the Vermilion Bird Star region's Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star was a level 8 life planet with a diameter of 500 million miles. In the entire Vermilion Bird region, there were only a dozen or so level 8 life planets. Above it were the Vermilion Bird Star, the Golden Crow Star, and a few other level 9 life planets. In the distance, Yi Chen saw the Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star looked very beautiful. It was blue in color, like Mercury. The land area was very small, only taking up about 10 to 20% of the star. Rather than calling it a continent, it was more like a large island in the ocean. Of course, the Waterbird Star was big enough. A large island was as big as a small life planet. The Waterbird Star had a total of 36 continents and countless islands. The Yi family lived on the Waterbird continent, while the Dusk Sword sect lived on the Waterfall continent. The Waterbird continent was undoubtedly the richest continent on the Waterbird Star. In this world, there were many ordinary people. They didn't need to cultivate. They just wanted to earn more money and enjoy life. The light blue sky, the crystal clear sea, and the white sand made Paradise Bay a famous beach for the rich on the Waterbird Star continent. Those who came here were either rich or powerful. Each of them had a luxurious puppet ship that flew past the sky. Yi Chen could see countless people living here. The life of an ordinary person isn't bad. Yi Chen's mind flashed with his past and present lives. With a flash of light, Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense Yi Chen's existence. The Waterbird Star continent not only had the word Waterbird in its name, but it was also shaped like a waterbird. The Yi family's residence was at the head of the Waterbird Star continent, where the environment was the best. The current Yi family had begun to display the demeanor of a great family. After 700 years of development, the population alone had broken through 10 million. Many of the Yi family's disciples with relatively high potential knew that they had no hope of breaking through to life and death realm, so they began to focus on marrying and having children, hoping that their descendants would be able to break through to life and death realm. After all, in such a big family, one couldn't speak without reaching life and death realm. Only by becoming a life and death king would one's parents and descendants receive better treatment. This was the case for both families and races. Resources were limited, and they had to rely on themselves. The beak of the Waterbird Star continent was called the Beak Bay. This was one of the 3 great training bases of the Yi family. 1/3 of the Yi family's disciples were trained here. If their talent was high enough, they would be sent to the Dusk Sword sect to receive the training of the sect. Countless people in the Yi family had their eyes fixed on this place, hoping that their children would have an outstanding performance. On the shore, a young man and a woman were taking a stroll. The young man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The woman was Yi Xiaoxiao. After 700 years, she hadn't changed a bit. Xiaoxiao, can you tell me about your big brother? The young man turned his head and said with expectation. Yi Xiaoxiao helplessly said, "When my big brother comes back, you can just meet him." The young man was startled. How would I dare? Indeed, he didn't dare. Yi Chen was a sovereign, and the two of them weren't on the same level, even if he was Yi Chen's future brother-in-law in name. Coward! Yi Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she shouted, "Big brother!" Chapter 1307. You're scaring me again. Although the young man said so, he still subconsciously looked over and was immediately dumbfounded. In front of him, a blue-robed youngster was standing on the white beach. His face was somewhat indistinct under the illumination of the sun. The ebb and flow of seawater had soaked his trousers, making him look a bit more real. The young man seemed to vaguely see a trace of a smile at the corner of the blue-robed youngster's mouth. After confirming that it was her big brother, Yi Xiaoxiao did not have the slightest demeanor of a virtuous lady. She directly pounced over and hugged Yi Chun. Since childhood, she and her second brother had worshipped their big brother the most. However, the time they spent together was too little. Every time they met, she especially treasured it because she knew when they would meet again. Xiao, it's been 100 years. You've finally found a partner. Before going to Black Windstream, Yi Chun hadn't heard that his little sister had found a partner. He hadn't expected to receive such a pleasant surprise. In fact, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's talents were limited. Cultivating to life and death realm was not difficult, but cultivating to the 7th layer was extremely difficult. Therefore, it was time for them to find a partner. Not only his little sister, but Yi Chen's 4 disciples had also reached the limit of their potential. If they wanted to continue advancing, they could only rely on the accumulation of time. Big brother, let me introduce you. He's Wei Yanfeng. Yi Xiaoxiao's face reddened as she glared at Wei Yanfeng. Why aren't you greeting Big brother? Big brother? Wei Yanfeng reacted and promptly called out with excitement and apprehension in his eyes. Yi Chen nodded with a smile and asked about the other party. Through their conversation, Yi Chen learned that Wei Yanfeng's family was also a big family. In the family's history, there had been several 8th layer life and death heavenly monarchs. The current patriarch of Wei Yanfeng family was called Wei Yantong, a 7th layer life and death realm expert. Not many people in the Yi family knew that Yi Chun had come to Waterbird Planet. At his level, there were not many people who could be close to him, apart from his closest relatives. Everyone else would be extremely nervous when they saw him, afraid that they would say the wrong thing. It was better not to see him. Therefore, in the entire Yi family, only his parents and younger siblings knew that he had returned. As for the disciples, they were all in the Fallout Sword sect and not in the Yi family. Although Yi Chun did not plan to meet with the others, he still used his soul force to scan the Yi family. In the entire Yi family, everyone older than Yi Chun, apart from his parents, had basically died. There was nothing that could be done about it. Under life and death realm, the lifespan of a martial artist was 500 years. Even if they obtained some treasures, they could at most increase their lifespan by a bit. Moreover, the longer one lived, the worse the effect would be. Originally, Yi Chen's parents had already reached the end of their lifespan. However, the 2 life and death fruits had allowed them to become life and death kings, increasing their lifespan to 100,000 years. For ordinary martial artists, 100,000 years was a long time, and 700 years was but a blink of an eye. None of Yi Chen's cousins of the same generation had died. With sufficient resources and decent innate talents, they had all become life and death kings in a few hundred years. Of course, they could not maintain their youthful appearance like Yi Chun. They were all middle-aged. Yi Xian, who could be considered the number 1 beauty of the Yi family, had also become a middle-aged woman, causing Yi Chun to sigh endlessly at the passage of time. When he was young, Yi Hai, who had a good relationship with Yi Chun, was currently teaching his great-grandson a lesson. You little bastard, if you don't work hard now, you will die in front of me in 500 years. Hearing this, Yi Chun could not help but laugh. This Yi Hai, The 3 training bases of the Yi family were also in Yi Chen's eyes. The 3 training bases only trained disciples at the mortal realm. If they could reach the condensing reality realm within a certain period of time, they would be sent to the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School for training. In the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School, the Yi family was the biggest power. However, it was not a one-man rule. This was also ordered by Yi Chen to prevent the disciples of the Yi family from being too domineering. There were a lot of disciples of the Yi family in the 3 training bases. Every year, a batch of disciples would leave, and a new batch would come. Among them, there were not many direct disciples. A lot of them were the descendants of the guest warriors, and most of them were the descendants of the servants. In the Yi family, no matter how low the status was, as long as the descendants were capable, they could still bring honor to their ancestors and have their own territory. The Yi family was like a huge tree with branches growing out from the trunk. After 700 years, the total population had reached 10 million. Of course, the real Yi family members were actually very few, only a few tens of thousands of people. Among them, the direct descendants of Yi Chen's parents were the least, and there were only a few of them. People like Yi Hai and the rest of them had been reproducing for God knows how many generations. 10 million is still not a lot. The ones who are truly of the Yi family's bloodline are only a few tens of thousands. Regarding the Yi family's population of 10 million, Yi Chen was not surprised. How many people in the imperial palace were of the royal bloodline? Most of them were not of the royal bloodline, but were only there to serve the royal bloodline. However, as time passed, the Yi family would become more and more complicated, and the number of people with the Yi family's bloodline would also increase. When the forest was big, there would be more and more people who liked to enjoy life. And the speed of those who liked to enjoy life was extremely frightening. They could easily take in dozens of wives and concubines. This was something that Yi Chen could not control and could only let nature take its course. Compared to the Yi family, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School was even more frightening. Its population actually reached several hundred million. It was said that this was under the condition that they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Otherwise, the number of disciples and life and death kings who wanted to join the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would be uncountable. After staying on the Waterbird Star for a while, Yi Chen returned to the 9 Revolution Star Sky continent. So many treasured swords, it should be enough. As a sovereign, it was too easy for him to obtain a large number of treasured swords. There was a star in the sky above the sky continent that was filled with treasured swords, ranging from low-grade to royal-grade treasured swords. There were hundreds of millions of treasured swords. Although the sword essence of low-grade treasured swords was small, there were many of them. On this star, more than 90% of the swords were low-grade treasured swords. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, 5 sword patterns flashed on Yi Chen's body. With the appearance of the sword patterns, a majestic suction force was born. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of sword shadows were projected towards Yi Chen. With so many sword essences entering his body, Yi Chen could not help but moan. It was too wonderful. It was as if he had become a peerless treasured sword, and the sword essences were nourishment, tempering the peerless treasured sword. Hum. With a sword hum, another sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. He had reached the 6th level of the Immortal sword body. In the beginning, the 6th sword pattern was very light and faint. As time passed, the color of the sword pattern became darker and darker. Only when it was the same as the previous 5 sword patterns did it stop changing. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen smiled helplessly. The Immortal sword body consumed too many treasured swords. So many treasured swords could only help him increase by 1 level. However, it was understandable. The 6th level of the Immortal Sword body could already withstand the attack of a 6th grade Supreme Battle Puppet, which was a top-notch Supreme attack. So, the demand for sword essences was definitely high. Next, if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the Immortal Sword body, low-grade treasured swords would no longer be useful. Unless the number of swords reached billions or even tens of billions, there would not be much of an effect. Yi Chen had a premonition that once he reached the 9th level of the Immortal Sword body, not even royal-grade treasured swords would have any effect. He would only be able to use supreme treasured swords. Chapter 1308. Huff! A gust of wind blew past, and the countless swords that had been stripped of their sword essences instantly decayed and disappeared with the wind. Losing sword essences was akin to losing one's spirit, chi, and soul. Immortal Sword body's rapid advancement was directly related to the absorption of countless sword essences. Otherwise, even if Yi Chen's body could endure the advancement, he would at most reach the 5th layer. I wonder if I can break through to the 7th layer. Yi Chen felt that his body had yet to reach its limit. Immortal Sword soul, Sword yuan blood qi, and Immortal Sword body's routes simultaneously exerted force, transforming Yi Chen's body in an extremely mysterious manner. Clang! 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 Yi Chen's body emitted a series of rumbling sounds. His blood flowed like 10,000 swords, his muscles rubbed like 2 mountains colliding, and his heart beat like an earthquake. If an ordinary 7th layer life and death monarch were close, they would have likely vomited blood and died. The Immortal Sword body had forged Yi Chen into a divine sword. The space-time faintly trembled as the 7th sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. This sword pattern was extremely faint and would be hard to notice without careful observation. Kacha! All of a sudden, the small star below him shattered into thousands of pieces. It couldn't bear the Immortal Sword body's aura and shattered into pieces without any warning. As time passed, the 7th sword pattern became increasingly profound. Eventually, just like the previous 6, it imprinted itself on Yi Chen's body like a brand. Peak of the 7th layer. There's no way out. The peak of the 7th layer of Immortal Sword body had exhausted Yi Chen's understanding of his own body. Sometimes, knowledge was useless if it couldn't be put into practice. Yi Chen's understanding of the human body couldn't compare to Golden Buddha Supreme. After all, Golden Buddha Supreme had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he compare? I don't know what level my fighting strength has reached, but I'm confident that apart from True Martial Supreme and Sky Demon Supreme, I won't have to fear anyone. Even if I can't beat them, I won't have to worry about my life. Yi Chen was very confident in himself. In terms of offense, he could already fight against a Grade 8 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was equivalent to a mid-level Supreme Expert. After so many years of seeing and hearing, Yi Chen roughly knew the levels of Supreme Experts. For example, the True Martial Supreme and the Heavenly Demon Venerable belonged to the 1st level, which was a high-level Supreme Expert. Of course, the 2 of them had Saint artifacts, so their real strength was estimated to be at the Legend Realm. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Venerable, they were mid-level Supreme Experts, which was equivalent to Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen was weaker, it wouldn't be by much. In terms of defense, Yi Chen had the Immortal Sword body. The peak of the 7th level of the Immortal Sword body allowed him to resist the attack of a Grade 7 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was the attack of a low-level Supreme Expert. Although it couldn't compare to the Golden Buddha Supreme, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Earth Demon Venerable. In this case, even if Yi Chen was unprepared and was hit by the Earth Demon Venerable, it wouldn't be fatal. At most, he would be injured. As for sword intent and sword domain, Yi Chen wasn't bad either. Yi Chen's sword intent was at the peak of the 8th level, and Yi Chen's sword domain had also reached the peak of the 8th level. Currently, in the universe, there were only a few people who had reached the 9th level. Even the heavenly demon, Venerable, and the true Martial Supreme hadn't reached it. Perhaps only some hidden old antiques had such a domain. Perhaps in terms of sword art, Yi Chen was slightly lacking. A powerful sword art could only be honed through bloody battles. Yi Chen had only experienced the battle between supreme experts twice. One was the battle with the projection of the Demon River Supreme, and the other was the battle with the flawless demon Venerable. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's 9th transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the heavenly demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's 9th transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the heavenly demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. The demons have one more flawless demon Venerable, and one more corrupt demon Venerable. I wonder if the Golden Buddha Supreme has recovered from his injuries. If he hasn't, the human race seems to be in danger. After estimating his own strength, Yi Chen began to estimate the strength of the human race. After estimating, Yi Chen felt that the human race was in danger. The war between humans and demons this time wasn't like the previous one. Last time, it was just a test. This time, it would probably be a real war. Both sides would reveal some of their trump cards. For example, flawless demon Venerable appeared out of nowhere. Different situations call for different measures. The human clan has been able to fight against the demon clan for so many years. They won't be defeated so easily. Yi Chen thought. 9th transformation star, myriad Buddha continent. In the center of the continent, there was a myriad Buddha mountain. There were a total of 10,000 Buddha statues. They were vivid and lifelike. On this day, the myriad Buddha mountain shone with golden light like a rising sun. True martial continent. Supreme True Martial's face flashed with joy. The Golden Buddha finally came out of seclusion. These days, he had a premonition that the war was about to begin. The demons had 2 more fierce generals. The human race seemed to be lacking in confidence. Although Yi Chen was talented, he was still a little too young. He couldn't place all his bets on him. He trusted the Golden Buddha the most. As long as it wasn't a divine weapon, the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations golden body was enough to face anyone. Golden Buddha, have you recovered? Supreme True Martial sent a telepathic message with anticipation. I've used up so many treasures. If I don't recover soon, I don't know where I can hide my face, Supreme Golden Buddha replied with a smile. Good. It's good that you've recovered. See you in the Supreme Pavilion. As he spoke, Supreme True Martial's body flashed, and he was directly teleported to the Supreme Pavilion. Not long after, Supreme Golden Buddha arrived. True Martial, long time no see. The Golden Buddha, Supreme Being smiled. Long time no see. Supreme True Martial observed him carefully. When he confirmed that Supreme Golden Buddha had indeed recovered, he began to tell him what had happened in the past few hundred years. What? A legendary Supreme's martial path, Yuan Shin, escaped from the black wind stream. Supreme Golden Buddha's smile faded, and his expression became solemn. Supreme True Martial nodded. Unblemished demon, Venerable, the human race has a way to stop him. But this corrupt demon, venerable, can't be stopped by anyone except me. Although your 9 transformations golden body is powerful, you can't fight against both Earth Demon Venerable and Corrupt Demon Venerable at the same time. I have to try. After so many years of seclusion, I feel that the 9 transformations golden body is about to advance, Supreme Golden Buddha said slowly. The 9 transformations golden body is about to advance. Supreme True Marshal knew the power of the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body at the peak of the 8 transformations could ignore Earth Demon Venerable's attacks. If he and Sky Demon Venerable didn't have divine weapons, they wouldn't be able to break the 9 transformations golden body either. Once the 9 transformations golden body reached the 9 transformations, the effects would be indescribable. That's great. Supreme True Marshal walked back and forth excitedly. He had been worried about this matter for the past few days. But now, it seemed that the situation wasn't that bad. Chapter 1309. Golden Buddha. There are still some days before the battle. During this time, I will order the other Supreme Masters to find treasures that can help you break through the 9th transformation golden body. Make a list for me. Although body-tempering martial arts and supreme martial arts were both martial arts, there was still a clear difference in essence. Supreme martial arts could only be achieved through comprehension, but body-tempering martial arts, in addition to comprehension, could also be used to speed up the breakthrough through treasures. Body tempering, as long as it could be tempered, it didn't matter what path it was. Supreme Master Golden Buddha thought about it and nodded. Okay. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation on his own, it would take him hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. After all, it was just a sign of a breakthrough. If he could obtain some useful treasures, the process could be shortened 1,000 times. I need golden body fruit, the more the better, and 100 refining grass, spring of life, celestial demon fire spirit fruit, cold spring of heaven and earth. Supreme Master True Marshal listened and frowned. These things were not easy to find. Tianqin continent. Yichen was walking with Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing. The 3 of them were chatting about daily life or martial arts. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Yes, suddenly Yichen stopped. What's wrong, Yichen? Murong Qingcheng asked. I need to go out for a while. Supreme Master True Marshal has a task for me, replied Yichen. In the universe, Yichen shuttled through space and time like a sword, heading in a certain direction. Supreme Master True Marshal has asked us to find these treasures, but it is related to whether Supreme Master Golden Buddha can break through the 9th transformation golden body and the future of the human clan. We must do our best to find them. Yichen didn't have any complaints about this kind of coercive order. He believed that the other supreme beings wouldn't have any complaints either. If the Golden Buddha Supreme was strong, the human race would be strong too. Everyone would prosper together, and everyone would suffer together. It was fine as long as they weren't constantly ordered. The supreme beings all loved freedom, and no one was willing to work themselves to death for others. The first place Yichen went to was the supreme secret realm, the 100 refining secret realm, which was near the Vermilion Bird Star Field. The 100 refining secret realm had the most 100 refining grass, which was a kind of body refining spirit herb. Consuming it could enhance one's physical strength and defense, just like refining the diamond. Of course, the 100 refining grass that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed was not an ordinary 100 refining grass, but 100 refining grass that was at least 50,000 years old. This kind of 100 refining grass was extremely rare. In the past million years, only 3 of them had been found in the 100 refining secret realm. After all, the 100 refining grass had a lifespan, and it was extremely difficult to live up to 50,000 years old. Yi Chun was now a supreme being, so his flying speed was extremely fast. In just half a day, Yi Chun arrived at the 100 Refining Secret Realm. Grass was the most common thing in the 100 Refining Secret Realm. These grasses were dozens of miles tall, and each of them looked like they were forged from steel. In fact, ordinary grasses in the 100 Refining Secret Realm were sharper and harder than high-grade weapons. Unfortunately, they were too big, and they were plants. Once they left the ground, they would gradually wither. Flying in the steel grass forest, Yi Chun fully released his soul power and opened his netherworld saint eye. Not long after, Yi Chun found 100 refining grass. This 100 refining grass was not bad. It was nearly 10,000 years old and was about 50 meters tall. It was much shorter than the ordinary grasses in the 100 Refining Secret Realm. Fortunately, Yi Chun was a supreme being, and he had the Netherworld Saint Eye. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to find it. The 100 Refining Secret Realm was a supreme secret realm. It was very difficult to tear the space-time inside. Therefore, there was no possibility of space-time travel. Without space-time travel, Yi Chun could only rely on his speed to travel. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. Yi Chun had found a total of 1,000 refining grass. One was 10,000 years old, and the other 9 were 8,000 years old, and the lowest was 3,000 years old. This 100 refining grass can be stored in the Yi family's treasury. Although Yi Chun had no use for the 100 refining grass, he still had to consider the Yi family. These 100 refining grass could make the Yi family's body refining king more powerful. Of course, other than Yi Chun's close relatives. If the other clansmen wanted to obtain treasures, they would need to have enough contribution points to the family. The family would not give you treasures for free. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound was heard. It sounded like the buzzing of a bee's wings, but magnified by 1,000,000 times. 100 refining blade insect. Yi Chun did not need to look to know that the buzzing sound came from the 100 refining blade insect. The 100 refining blade insect was a terrifying creature similar to a praying mantis. Its arms were long blades, hard and sharp, not any weaker than a supreme saber. Its attacking power was also equivalent to a normal supreme, and the more powerful ones could even be compared to a powerful supreme. Its only weakness was that its defense was relatively low. Any supreme could easily kill it, provided that it could be hit directly. Shoo! A blurry shadow appeared a few hundred miles in front of Yi Chun. The blurry shadow gradually became clearer. It was a 10 meters tall monster that looked like a praying mantis. Its whole body was emitting a cold light. The 100 refining blade insect was sizing up Yi Chun, and Yi Chun was also sizing it up. This was his first time seeing it. He had only heard of it before. Come. Yi Chun crooked his finger at the 100 refining blade insect. His immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 7th layer, and he had not fought it yet. It would be good to have an appetizer first. As if enraged by Yi Chun's contemptuous attitude, the 100 refining blade insect's wings fiercely flapped, and in a flash, it arrived in front of Yi Chun. Its sharp blade-like arms slashed at Yi Chun's chest, containing the distorted power of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, Yi Chun's immortal sword body was so powerful that the 100 refining blade insect's blade-like arms couldn't even break Yi Chun's skin, not even leaving a mark. Clank, clank, clank. The 100 refining blade insect did not believe it. With Yi Chun as the center, it shuttled back and forth. Every time it shuttled, it would erupt with thousands of slashes. A cold light surrounded Yi Chun. As the cold light dissipated, Yi Chun was unharmed. Die! After testing out the immortal sword body, Yi Chun pointed a sword finger at the 100 refining blade insect without any warning. Pooh! This sword finger contained countless changes, and the 100 refining blade insect could not dodge at all. It was directly pierced by the sword chi. This pair of blade-like arms is not bad. After killing the 100 refining blade insect, Yi Chun harvested its blade-like arms. In the future, when he forged a supreme treasure sword, the blade-like arms could be used as an ordinary material. The 100 refining secret realm was huge. Very quickly, 3 months passed. Even though Yi Chun had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, which could scan the 100 refining secret realm without any blind spots, he only found a 45,000 years old 100 refining grass. During this time, Yi Chun met more than 1,000 refining blade insects, and the strongest one was not weaker than a powerful Zhizun. Unfortunately, they met Yi Chun, 45,000 years old. It should be barely usable. With the extra time, I can go look for other treasures. Yi Chun was very concerned about this matter. He also planned to go to the Golden Creek secret realm. That was one of the big secret realms with golden body fruits. However, it was also a relatively dangerous Zhizun secret realm. Even powerful Zhizun would be in great danger if he went there. The other secret realms with golden body fruits were a bit better, but the probability of golden body fruits appearing was much lower. Chapter 1310 Golden River Secret Territory. Yi Chun floated above a mountain range. The mountains below him were all golden mountains. The plants on the mountains were also golden plants. Even the lakes and rivers in the mountains were golden liquid. As far as the eye could see, everything was golden, pure, and flawless. His golden pupils scanned the surroundings. After a while, Yi Chun found a golden body fruit. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, Yi Chun dashed towards the golden body fruit. The golden Buddha, supreme being, needed a large number of golden body fruits. The more the better. Currently, Yi Chun had already obtained 5. As he was passing by a golden lake, a huge golden hand suddenly reached out. This golden hand was thousands of li wide. There were spiral patterns on the palm, and in the middle of the spiral patterns was a small black hole. In the supreme secret territory, one couldn't tear time and space to travel. Just as Yi Chun was about to be grabbed by the golden hand, a majestic sword chi shot out and slashed at the golden hand. The golden hand was shaken a few hundred li away. Using this gap, Yi Chun escaped from the golden hand's range. Rumble! The golden lake shook, and a 10,000 li tall monster emerged. This was the Golden River Secret Territory's unique monster, the Golden River Monster. Its strength was at least at the supreme level. Moreover, it was invulnerable and had an extremely strong defense. Even a super supreme would have a hard time injuring it. Yi Chun didn't want to be entangled with it. After obtaining the golden body fruit, he flew away at full speed. In a short while, he disappeared without a trace. In terms of speed, the Golden River Monster was much slower than Yi Chun. The Golden River Monster's defense is too strong. Fortunately, its speed isn't that fast. It's only equivalent to an ordinary supreme. When he first came to the Golden River Secret Territory, Yi Chun had fought with the Golden River Monster. Although on the surface, Yi Chun had the absolute upper hand. However, even with his attack power, he couldn't injure the Golden River Monster. He could only leave sword marks on its body. The Golden River Monster's body was huge. These sword marks probably couldn't even break its skin. Moreover, as time passed, the Golden River Monster would recover. Yi Chun estimated that it wouldn't even take 3 to 5 months to determine the winner with one Golden River Monster. 10, 15, 30. In half a year, Yi Chun found 30 golden body fruits in the Golden Creek Mystic Realm. Time to go back. Yi Chun believed that he had done his best. Supreme Pavilion. Quite a few supreme beings had already returned. Most of the supreme beings didn't leave, wishing to see how the others' harvests were. Supreme Langya, it seems like you've gained the most this time. One of the supreme martial artists laughed. One of the supremes beside him said, Supreme Zitherheart's harvest isn't bad either. It's almost on par with Supreme Langya's. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The treasures that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed were basically all gathered. Among them, Supreme Langya's harvest was the most, as he brought back 13 golden body fruits and a heaven and earth cold spring. Supreme Zitherheart was slightly behind him as she brought back 11 golden body fruits and a life spring. The other supreme experts had much less. It was just luck. Supreme Lang, you smiled humbly. Supremacy Zitherheart was unconcerned. A month later, most of the supreme martial artists had returned. Only 2 or 3 supreme martial artists had yet to appear, and Yi-chun was one of them. What's going on? Why isn't Supreme Yi back yet? Don't tell me he's in danger. Nonsense. Supreme Yi is a powerful supreme martial artist. Other than a few supreme secret realms, ordinary supreme secret realms wouldn't be a threat to him. I'm just saying. Supreme Bronze frowned as he listened to the discussions of the other supreme martial artists. As a supreme martial artist of the Dragon Clan, Supreme Bronze cultivated the physique like the Supreme Golden Buddha. In fact, his harvest was even greater than that of Supreme Langya's. However, these treasures were useful to him, so he kept some for himself. If the Golden Buddha didn't have enough treasures, it wouldn't be too late for him to contribute. He was very optimistic about Yi-chun. He had a feeling that the future of the human clan would be led by Yi-chun. 3 days later, Yi-chun returned. Supreme Yi is back. I knew it. With Supreme Yi's strength, he wouldn't be in danger so easily. He must have been too focused on finding treasures and forgot about the time. The supreme martial artists heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi-chun's return. They were all in the same boat now. As a powerful supreme martial artist, Yi-chun was definitely a valiant general of the human clan. They couldn't afford to lose him. Supreme Yi, how was your harvest? Take it out for everyone to see. Supreme Ice Phoenix, who had a good relationship with Yi-chun, smiled. All right. Yi-chun nodded and took out the treasures he found. Wow, so many golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass. It's almost 50,000 years old. Many supreme martial artists were dumbfounded. Hee, Supreme Langya, Supreme Yi's harvest surpassed yours. It's a good thing. It'll be even better if everyone's harvest surpasses mine. Supreme Langya was surprised too, but he wasn't jealous. In terms of harvest, Yi-chun did surpass Supreme Langya by quite a bit. Yi-chun obtained 30 golden body fruits and a 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass. In terms of value, the 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass was no less valuable than the heaven and earth cold spring and the spring of life. Supreme Yi's luck is really good. They didn't think about his strength. To them, Yi-chun was at most close to Supreme Langya. Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha came the next day. Supreme Golden Buddha expressed his gratitude to the Supreme Martial Artists. He and Supreme True Martial had been searching for treasures and had gained a lot. With the treasures in front of them, they could almost reach the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation. Time flew. It had been 5 years since Supreme Golden Buddha went into seclusion again. Tianqian Continent, Tianqian Palace, Sword Domain, and Sword Intent seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Breaking through seems like a long way off. In terms of sword arts, I can't take another step. How can I increase my strength? Yi-chun was still not satisfied with his current strength. The stronger he was, the greater the hope of humanity contending against the demons. If I have a saint's sword, I should be able to contend against supreme rotten devil. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Yi Chen's mind. Saint sword, sky sword. Was the true spirit continent's sky sword the saint's sword? Without a sound, Yi Chen disappeared from the palace. When he reappeared, he was already above the 9 transformation star. The space-time distorted as Yi Chen rushed toward Elysium. For Yi Chen, a million light years was nothing more than a few days of traveling. Following the entrance of Elysium, Yi Chen entered Elysium. Swish! In the sky above, sky sword continent, Yi Chen slowly descended. In front of him was a huge, rusty, ancient sword. Rise! Boundless ocean-like, sword, energy boiled. Yi Chen suddenly enlarged, becoming even taller than the sky sword. He extended his right hand, grabbed the hilt, and forcefully pulled it out. For countless years, the sky sword, which no one had been able to move, was gradually pulled out. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? Look, there's a giant pulling out the sky sword. What? Who can pull out the sky sword? The sky sword had already become the symbol of sky sword continent. Everyone had formed a habit that no one could pull out the sky sword. The scene before their eyes made their minds go blank. Chapter 1311. It's Sword Emperor Yi Chen. I've seen his image before. I've seen it too. Oh my God! Sword Emperor Yi Chen has descended. In Elysium, Emperor and Emperor were still the highest titles. Although Sea of Soul, realm experts already knew that life and death realm had 9 layers, and that Emperor and Emperor were not the pinnacle, the others were too far away for them. Moreover, since ancient times, Elysium had always been the strongest emperor, such as Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. As of now, Sword Emperor Yi Chen was no longer inferior to Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. He was one of the strongest emperor in Elysium. Why did Sword Emperor Yi Chen pull out the sky sword? Could it be that the sky sword is a powerful sword? It should be. The sky sword's sword qi covers the entire sky sword continent and fuses with the yuan qi of the world. It's certainly a powerful sword. Amidst the discussions of the people nearby, Yi Chen pulled out the sky sword with a clang. The boundless sword qi seemed to have found a vent as it soared into the sky, shooting all the way to the starry sky outside sky beyond. It was like a bull charging into the sky, shooting to an unknown distance and creating an enormous destructive power. Good sword. With a thunderous voice, Yi Chen's eyes fixated on the sky sword. Compared to the brilliant god sword, the sky sword was countless times more powerful. Just the sword qi alone was not inferior to the aura emitted by a supreme expert, perhaps even superior. Holding the sky sword, Yi Chen felt his blood qi and sword yuan boil, producing a miraculous resonance and amplification. Let's refine it first. His soul power condensed into an imprint and branded on the sky sword. Buzz! The sky sword trembled and rapidly shrunk. Yi Chen's body also shrunk. In a few moments, the sky sword had shrunk to 12 meters long, matching Yi Chen's 15 meters height. It's damaged. After refining the sky sword, Yi Chen discovered that the sky sword source was damaged, as if it had been damaged by something. Who could damage the saint sword? Questions flashed through Yi Chen's mind. It seems that the heavenly sword falling into Elysium isn't as simple as the rumors say. There must be an inside story. Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. As far as he was concerned, a slightly damaged heavenly sword was still a saint sword. It was countless times more powerful and sharper than a supreme sword. It could push his strength to a whole new level. Wouldn't it be unfair to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent if we take away the Sky Sword? The Sky Sword was the sword of destiny of the Sky Sword continent. If it was taken away, the chances of the Sky Sword continent giving birth to a powerful swordsman would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Some babies with astonishing potential were born with a strand of Sky Sword chi in their bodies. This strand of Sky Sword chi could make it easier for them to comprehend the Sword Tao. Forget it. I'll use the Huang Divine Sword instead. It was impossible for Yi Chun to give up on the Heaven Sword, so he could only give up on the Supreme Treasure Sword, the Brilliant Divine Sword. Although the Brilliant Divine Sword was a Supreme Treasure Sword, it couldn't be compared to the Heaven Sword. But it was better than nothing. Moreover, the Supreme Treasure Sword was stained with his own Sword Tao. He believed that it would be beneficial to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent. The Brilliant Divine Sword grew bigger, becoming the same size as the Heaven Sword. Clang! The earth shook. The Brilliant Divine Sword stabbed deeply into the ground, and a vast sword chi spread out. It wasn't over yet. Yi Chun operated the power of time and space, and began to condense the Sword Realm. The so-called Sword Realm was actually a space of Sword Tao. There were countless Sword Tao comprehensions and countless sword techniques inside. As long as he sorted them out a little, coupled with the power of time and space, he could condense the Sword Realm. Condensing the Sword Realm was much more difficult. After spending a whole month, Yi Chun finally condensed the Sword Realm. After finishing all this, Yi Chun's figure flashed, and he arrived at the exit of Elysium. Then, he disappeared at the exit. Sky Sword Continent. This sword isn't the Heaven Sword. I wonder what Sword Emperor's intention is. Regarding Yi Chun taking away the Heaven Sword, no one dared to have the slightest complaint. Of course, deep in their hearts, they more or less felt some regret. The Heaven Sword had helped them too much. A peak sea of soul realm expert approached the Brilliant Divine Sword. Wang. He entered the Brilliant Divine Sword. 2 hours later, he came out. From then on, a piece of news spread. The new Heaven Sword also had a sword realm. Moreover, this sword realm was even more targeted than the original one. At the very least, many people had improved because of it. Entering the new sword realm was equivalent to receiving Sword Emperor Yi Chun's pointers. The matter of Yi Chun obtaining the Heaven Sword was only known to a few people, including Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. During this period of time, Yi Chun was comprehending the Sword Tao of the Heaven Sword. As for the Sword Realm, it wasn't of much help to him. He didn't know how powerful the Master of the Heaven Sword was back then, but he could tell that the Sword Tao inside the Sword Realm was a bit rough. It didn't seem to come from the hands of a sword sovereign. I'm afraid the sword intent of the Heaven Sword's true master has already reached the 9th step. There was still a trace of sword intent left on the Heaven Sword. It was as thin as a gossamer and could disappear at any time. However, judging from the sword intent's level, it was already at the 9th step. The 9th step Yi Chun spoke of was not the ordinary 9th step sword intent, but the 9th step radiant sword intent. The radiant sword intent was the same as the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent. They were all supreme sword intents. There were actually 5 supreme sword intents: immortal, destruction, radiant, darkness, and chaos. Regardless of which supreme sword intent it was, they were all extremely rare. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one had great talent. One also needed to be compatible with the supreme sword intent. Yi Chun being able to match the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent could be said to be the greatest miracle. From this aspect, Yi Chun being able to reach where he was today was inevitable. I wonder if I can comprehend the radiant sword intent. Yi Chun carefully comprehended this trace of radiant sword intent. Time flowed like water. In Yi Chun's soul ocean, a trace of light appeared. This light was extremely weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. As this light appeared, Yi Chen's soul ocean started to surge. The Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent tried their best to suppress the soul ocean, preventing it from exploding. At that time, Yi Chen's soul ocean would really be destroyed, and there would be no way to save him. Yi Chen didn't know that his behavior was no different from courting death. He already had 2 supreme sword intents, and comprehending another one was like putting 10 times more water into a bottle. It would be strange if it didn't explode. However, Yi Chen already had 2 supreme sword intents, and these 2 sword intents complemented each other in an absolute balance. Once something happened, they would be the first to react. After all, if the soul ocean exploded, they would be dead as well. If Yi Chen only had the Immortal Sword Intent, and comprehending the Radiant Sword Intent, he would definitely die, because the Immortal Sword Intent and the Radiant Sword Intent didn't complement each other. Of course, this was only a guess. When a person had the Radiant Sword Intent, he might succeed in comprehending the Darkness Sword Intent, or he might not succeed. Everything was unknown. Gradually, the light took shape. It was a sword spirit that shone with radiant light. The radiant sword spirit grew rapidly. Rank 1, Rank 2, Rank 3. It only stopped growing when it reached Rank 6. At this point, Yi Chen had 3 supreme sword intents. Rank 8 Immortal Sword Intent, Rank 8 Destruction Sword Intent, and Rank 6 Radiant Sword Intent. Chapter 13:12. The moment the light sword spirit reached the 6th step, the light sword intent on the heavenly sword dissipated. Sometimes the sword intent was also a sword artist's mark, more representative than a soul mark. Holding the heavenly sword, Yi Chen seemed to feel the heavenly sword's breath and emotions. There was no longer any barrier between the two, as if they were in perfect harmony. With the heavenly sword, even if I can't defeat Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil, I can at least put up a fight. If Sky Demon, Venerable, and True Martial Supreme were legendary supreme beings, then Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil could be counted as a quasi-legendary supreme being. Before, Yi Chen was not his opponent at all, but now he had the confidence to fight. The atmosphere of war is getting thicker and thicker. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Chen walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but as a supreme being, Yi Chen could clearly feel the pervasive atmosphere of war. Is the war about to begin? Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng walked over. Yi Chen said slowly, "What will come will come. You two be careful." Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng both wanted to participate in the war between humans and demons, as this was their chance to accumulate resources. A person's achievements depended on how much they had experienced. The reason why Yi Chen could become a supreme being was directly related to his rich experiences. In the universe, there were many people whose talents were not worse than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's powerful comprehension was also a coincidence. However, in the universe, there was not a single person who could compare to Yi Chen. Windy Nation, South Rudra region, True, Spirit Continent, Elysium, and the universe. Yi Chen's short 700 years of life was already a legend. In every step, he was the absolute protagonist. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't plan to stop Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng. People couldn't be too selfish. They couldn't stop other people's choices just because they were worried that they would be in danger. Of course, he would definitely protect them in secret. We missed the war between humans and demons last time, but we won't miss it this time. Don't worry, we're quite perceptive. Murong Qingcheng was looking forward to the upcoming war. Black Tortoise Galaxy, countless armies of demons, evil spirits, yakshas, and other evil races were gathered in the starry sky. The ones leading the armies were marshals. Their strength was not comparable to a quasi-venerable, but their ability to lead armies surpassed most quasi-venerables. between a marshal and a quasi-venerable. One was the commander of the army, while the other was the trump card. However, what truly determined victory or defeat wasn't the army, the marshal, or the quasi-venerables, but the supreme paragons. A single paragon was equivalent to millions of armies. For a race without a paragon, no matter how many armies they had, no matter how many quasi-venerables they had, it wouldn't matter. The paragon was the true trump card, the pillar of support. Let's go. Following the commands of the marshals, the battleships started shuttling through the void, heading towards the White Tiger Galaxy. Supreme Pavilion. Supreme True Marshal looked at the Supremes with a solemn expression. Everyone, the war has begun. We lost the Black Tortoise Galaxy last time. This time, we can't lose the White Tiger Galaxy too. Losing the Black Tortoise Galaxy was already a huge blow to the human race. The 4 major galaxies had always been the human race's territory. Losing one was equivalent to losing a quarter of the resources. If they lost the White Tiger Galaxy too, then half of the resources would be gone. Supreme Langya's killing intent sword. This time, they won't be able to take advantage of us. Supreme Thunderbolt, may be an ordinary Supremes, but if the demons want to take over the White Tiger Galaxy, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Supreme Thunderbolt was one of the ordinary Supremes of the human race. True Marshal, is the Golden Buddha still in seclusion? Supreme Bronze asked. Supreme True Marshal explained, the Golden Buddha is at a crucial moment. Don't disturb him for now. I believe that he will be able to break through to the 9th transformation golden body and rush over to join the battle. Before the Golden Buddha went into seclusion, he told him that it would be best if he could break through. If not, he would rush over. Supreme True Marshal naturally hoped that the Golden Buddha could break through. Otherwise, just the corrupt devil heavenly sovereign alone was enough to give them a headache. I see, Supreme Bronze said. I'm no match for the corrupt devil heavenly sovereign, but I can still hold off the flawless archdevil heavenly sovereign for a while. Leave the flawless archdevil heavenly sovereign to me. Supreme Bronze was one of the strongest Supremes of the human race. Even Supreme Langya was slightly inferior to him. He believed that he was the only one who could go against the flawless archdevil heavenly sovereign. Even though the flawless archdevil heavenly sovereign was a Supreme, Supreme Bronze was confident in his own defense. He believed that he could hold off the flawless archdevil heavenly sovereign for a while if he gave it his all. All right. Supreme True Marshal knew that this was the only way. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, you've just become a Supreme, not too long ago. How strong are you now? Supreme True Marshal couldn't see through Yi Chun. Yi Chun said, I'm not a problem against the Earth Demon Venerable. In theory, Yi Chun was definitely stronger than the Earth Demon Venerable. However, Yi Chun didn't dare to be too confident. Who knew if the Earth Demon Venerable had a trump card? In terms of defense, he wasn't as strong as the Golden Buddha Supreme. Moreover, his attacks couldn't kill the Earth Demon Venerable in one go. What? Supreme Yi, you're not joking, right? The Earth Demon Venerable is a mid-level Supreme. Supreme Yi, is what you said true? The human race Supreme experts looked at Yi Chun suspiciously. It wasn't that they looked down on Yi Chun. It was just that what Yi Chun said was too ridiculous. Yi Chun, is what you said true? Supreme True Marshal stared at Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded, definitely. All right, I'll leave the Earth Demon Venerable to you. Supreme True Marshal was hesitant. However, when he thought about the incident at the Black Wind Stream, he knew that since Yi Chun was able to survive, he must be stronger than a Supreme. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, the 9 Revolution star rang with alarms. The alien race army had invaded the White Tiger starfield. The 10 military planets of the White Tiger starfield had long since been ready. Fleets were assembled in the starry sky. Last time, half of the black tortoise starfield was occupied by the alien races. This time, the White Tiger starfield was their territory, and they couldn't afford to lose. Many people that Yi Chen knew were present in the fleet: Dugu Ju, Chu Zhongtian, Golden-Robed Emperor, Green-Robed Emperor, Dantai Mingyue, Yan Qingxian, Morong Qingcheng, Su Jing, Jiu Lengfifen, and so on. Yi Chen's 3 disciples were also present: Yan Jianhui, Dongfang Bai, and Leng Xinghan. They didn't want to be under Yi Chen's protection for the rest of their lives. This war was an opportunity for them to temper themselves. If they could survive, they would have a chance to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm. The white-haired Dugu Ju stood on the bow of the black puppet battleship, carrying a saber on his back. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. It had been many years since the Azura World Arena ended, and he had become even more powerful.